Good evening and welcome. Just everything was a little bit late because I was watching Invincible with my son. So, priorities. So we had to watch the episode to the end and then clean up after dinner and then rush up here. So that's why. Anyway, we're here. That means I'm woefully unprepared. That means I haven't even updated my schedule for next week. So we'll just do that because I think there will be, let's see, what does next week have to offer? Oh no. Yeah, I see that. The next week is going to be almost a day off, a week off. Yeah, got a lot of, too many things planned, but also there's not really a lot of new games coming up. So we're going to be playing some Assassin's Creed and then some Factorio. That's it. That is what we're going to do for next week. I do enjoy playing Assassin's Creed, but I am kind of yeah, it's kind of hard to keep playing it when it is so obviously unpopular. But that's just unfortunately how it is. So we'll endure, I suppose. So yeah. Satisfactory 1.0 experimental next week. Any interest? I don't really think so. Like, maybe I should do this is new on Satisfactory. I think that would make sense. But I don't think there's enough to warrant a new playthrough, and just getting started from scratch, that doesn't make sense. And I think we'll schedule a stream of just loading up the existing save, unlocking the new stuff, testing it, and then making a video about it the day after. That seems like a good thing to do, right? Or maybe I'll just do it myself. If I don't think that there's enough, because there's a belt counter, there's the splitters on belt elevators, and there was one more thing that was marginal as well, right? And then maybe there's a surprise thingy as well, but that's not so much. 145, nice, very impressive. Yeah. So it's gonna be some Factorio-ing tonight. The auto-connecting blueprints. What? Is there auto-connecting blueprints? Okay, well that's interesting. We've kind of worked our way. We've kind of managed to work our way around it, but of course it would still be a very nice thing to auto-connect blueprints. Didn't know that they had auto-connecting blueprints, which is really nice, and it's just something they... And then there's straight pipes as well, right? They showed blueprints appearing to auto-connect, but didn't say anything about it. Oh, so that means that under some idealized circumstances, maybe it'll work, but it's not sort of a feature they want to announce, maybe. I'm a little bit doubtful about how this... It would be nice. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here, I'm gonna be a little contrarian here, because they said that it couldn't be done, and then they got it done. So now it just looks like they didn't bother to get this shit together. I don't know, it might be like many hours and complete restructuring, and like, fuck it, you don't launch blueprints without that feature. It even supposed to work with Rails. I mean, shouldn't Rails like be the simplest thing to make it? 45 certain pipes and belts corners look nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a nice feature, but it's. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the kind of. If you if you're gonna give me a ride in your car, that's nice of you. If you slam the door on my hand so it's stuck in the door, it fucking sucks. And I mean, I still appreciate the ride you're giving me, but I mean, when you open the door and that my crushed hand get out, I'm not gonna say thank you for it, because you really fucking shouldn't have crushed my hopes and dreams in the first place. So I don't know, that's kind of the best parallel. Like, I'm not gonna thank them for something that should have been done in the very first iteration. Like, the fact that they had non-connecting blueprints to launch. It's like, what the fuck? I'm gonna thank you for adding something that should have been added in the first place. So, yeah, that's just how I feel about it. So I think it's like it's nice to have, but you're not gonna win any prizes for doing something they should have done from the beginning. Everyone else could do that. So, yeah. I'm also maybe a little bit harsh on Satisfactory. Hello, Tallman. Because I just think that I've worked with Danish and Swedish developers, and this reeks of consensus development, where things are moving glacially slow. And if you think about like on the contrary, like Factorio, then if one of the developers has a cool idea, then they implement it, then it gets implemented more or less. Of course, there's a direction as the, but it seems like there's a lot more autonomy with the senior Factorio developers once you've been around for a long time. So, and there's more sort of the direction, and less about sort of the actual implementation. But yeah. Anyway, I'd love to play more Satisfactory if there was something that was sort of interesting to do there, but I don't think there's anything new. I mean, the only thing that would be like in new playthrough, if there's this part about the elevators, then it sort of lends itself to making building vertically, right? It's just kind of makes sense to build vertically in that case. So, yep. Yeah. Do you have a final choice of what to put on the bus and where? No, not really, because that kind of evolves. I have an idea about it, but it will also just evolve as we progress. And that's so by the end of it, if the project had been managed by a Dane telling Swedes what to do, it would be better. No, because you can't tell Swedes what to do. There's a concept in Sweden about, which is partially true but also partially not true, about consensus management, where everyone has to agree about something before it gets done, and it fucking sucks, and it's not how you run a business. And of course it's not like that everywhere, but it's still more like that in Sweden than it is anywhere else, to my limited experience. It was like, Danes are really obnoxious, because if you as a manager, as a boss, tell something, we're going to do it this way, then Danes will go, why? And then you better have some answers, because I told you so is never going to be accepted. But in Sweden, and now I'm saying my limited experience, but it's not so limited. I had like 5 Swedish employees, and Sweden was the biggest country that was making a fuss. Then it's more like, no, you have to persuade me why I should do that. I'm like, that's not fucking how management works. And it's like, no, we don't want to do that. We'll do it another way. Like, yeah, thank you for your input. We're choosing not to do that. It's like, that's not how fucking works. And it's still kind of, yeah. So it's kind of my impression of sort of, if you really want to sort of stylize it. Yeah, but what you get is more autonomy and more happy workers, because they have influence. What you don't have is fast response. So, mad at this because I want to start a new run, but I don't want to bust it. I mean, it's, if you build it the way you think that you should build it, and then it's wrong and you want to change it, then just change it. It takes less time than writing an angry post about it. When you have robots, then just move the lines over. I end up doing it several times anyway, to sort of get the feel for it. But you can also look at how the base evolves today, and then we'll probably get close to the final form. Hello, Summergod. Good evening. Ended up doing and regretting waiting until the starter base console was done. Yeah. Hey, Jaguar. Thank you. How's the BMW car? Still loving it? Oh yes, absolutely. I love it. It's nice, but now I'm just getting used to it. It's just nice. But the one thing I'm happy about is that I got I knew that what was coming, so I offloaded the Tesla in good time because sitting there with a used, worn down, crappy, scrap ready Tesla in a used car market right now is not fun. If I was selling it now, it would probably be unsellable, or it would be like basically scrap value. So, so it's yeah, and I was so happy because I got it from I sold it to as part of the trade-in for the new car, and it was like an agency, and they didn't even want to see. They just wanted to sort of get some pictures of any scratches in paint to see if they need to do some paint jobs and stuff like that. But aside from that, it was like whatever. And then they just gave an offer, and the offer was the BMW seller was like, "Oh, you can definitely get more." I was like, "I don't want to get more. I don't want to own this car a second longer." And if I sell it to someone who actually looks at the car, I didn't say that to him. But I knew that if I wanted to sell it to someone, then they would be like, "Oh yeah, the aircon doesn't work. You're gonna need to fix the aircon. That's $3,000 to fix the aircon, or a discount of equivalent $3,000 for me to fix the aircon because of course you need aircon." And there were just like so many things that were just not really working very well. So of course you can't expect everything to work flawlessly in a 9-year-old car, but it was also just like I don't want to be dealing with the hassle of someone coming around like kicking tires and going, "Oh, that's scratch. I don't want to be." I was like, fuck it. Offload it. Sure, I could maybe have made a little bit more money if I'd bothered, and then I'd have to clean it and I'd take it out to places and then sort of fixing things. And I was like, no, I just want to get rid of it before the rest of the world realizes that it's a swastika or a fascist mobile. Komakala, thank you for the prime and welcome. So, so really happy that I got rid of that. And thank you, Anonymous, for the 200 bits. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are right now. And Gareth, thank you for the 72 months. Ooh, 6 years. Amazing. Have the financial leeway to get a new car. I got the sticker instead. Well, it's cheaper to get a sticker. Yeah, but yeah. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, it's yeah. And the thing is, like, right now it's also very like if you were sort of when you bought your Tesla, you was maybe like, okay, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna be driving it for 3 years, and I'll probably resell it at half value, and then I can sort of then you calculate the price and half the price over 3 years, and that's gonna be like, okay, that's what the cost of the car, for example, and then suddenly the used price expectation is completely completely goes down the drain, and then it's like, okay, well, now your math is off. Now you might as well drive it until it falls apart, which is, I don't know how long that is, because selling it is, then you incur your losses. That's why we're not selling our stocks right now, because if we sell our stocks, then we have to incur the loss. We can still hope and dream that it'll be, there will be an upside somewhere. I have gotten to, I got to the point where I check my stock portfolio and then go like, oh, only 0.5% down today. Ooh, that's a good day. Fuck. I don't like buying half a car every 3 years. I'd rather buy a whole car every 15 years. Seems a better deal. And then you sure as hell shouldn't buy a Tesla. Holy shit, you should not buy a Tesla. There is no way that that's going to be like that. I mean, granted, mine was still running quite smoothly after 9 years, but it also had like the battery exchange, and it had been half a year in a shop, and you know, and that was back actually when they put effort into the build quality. The newer ones are not as good build quality. Now the first ones weren't great build quality, but they were good materials. So, yeah. Yeah, I think if you want to buy a car every 15 years, don't buy. I think there are very few new cars that you can buy with that expectations. Yeah. Yeah, so Irunian, thank you for the 28 months and one red beard. Only one. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I traded in my Ionic 5 last month for an Ionic 5N. I don't know what the difference is, but I hear that the Ionic is nice. My parents are buying a new car, and they wanted my advice. And I was like, I can't advise you if it's not an electric. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna get electric. Good. Then I can help you, because if they're gonna buy anything except electric, then I'm like, then the only advice I can give you is don't do that. Buy electric instead. There is no reason at all why you wouldn't buy an electric car living in Denmark. Like short distances, really good electrical grid, charging positions everywhere, dedicated electric parking spots, and tax rebate, massive tax rebates. So yeah, there's really no reason why you'd want to get that. If you, for example, live in Texas and are an oil head, then maybe a gas car is better.
Your steadfast loyalty is...
And if you're driving like really long distances every day, but even then, I don't know. So. If I had to replace it now, it would buy another brand simply because of the CEO. Exactly. I mean, I would never buy it. Irrespective of Elon Musk, I would never buy a Tesla again. And I've been saying that since the beginning, since I bought the Tesla. It might drive nice, and it's for a 9-year-old car. When I sold it, it was running pretty smoothly, and like the running part was good. Like the electrical systems were kind of wonky and stuff like that, but yeah, I thought that it was. But the service is the worst service you can ever imagine, and this is one of my dad's sayings, which is like, actually makes sense. Like, it is the workshop that sells the next car, and I think that's a good thing, because if you have a bad service history with a car, then you're not going to buy the same brand again. If you have a good service history with a car, then you'll be like, oh yeah, sure, I liked it. We have a good work relationship with the workshop, and we'll buy another one because it was reliable and stuff like that. Because if you have a car for 10 years or something, then you're going to be a frequent at the shop. So, all right. So I missed a few things here. Volgrath, thank you for the 22 months. And VXT, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. In Germany, it makes sense to keep in combustion. I don't know why. Why it would make sense. Outback, Australia, I can see that. How long distance across Europe? Plenty of charging networks everywhere. Random X, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Ooh, 5 gifties. Has rolling brownouts during the summer. Imagine you can't go somewhere because you can't charge your car. My 2 cents at least. That's such a silly thing. That's such a silly thing. I mean, oh no! Like, you can fucking plan around it. Like, what about if there's a hack of the Eastern oil pipeline, and there's now a massive queue on oil gas stations, like there were some years ago? Yeah. That's also something, but yeah. The society doesn't work without electricity. If you start calculating in a world where we don't have electricity, then the fact that your car is not driving is the least of your problems. So I think that's just a propaganda attitude. It's like, oh no, all my gas stocks. I'm a petrol head, and there's like the whole thing about range anxiety and stuff like it. It's just, it might be true before the Model S came to market, but Model S completely ruined those arguments. So it sounds like the Chinese EV tech is moving very quickly, but the US tariffs on Chinese will probably be 1,000,000%. Yeah, sure, but that it doesn't matter from the perspective of, like, the Chinese electric vehicles are just leaps and bounds ahead of US and EU already, and keeping them out of the market, I mean, they'll continue to evolve and they'll continue to be the best, and it'll just make it harder to export European and American cars to the rest of the world, because they'll just not be, the only thing that protects them is the tariff which is not really. I mean, even with 100% tariffs, it might even still be worthwhile buying them in Europe, even if it's, I don't know. In Denmark it's like 37% taxes on Chinese imports vehicles, but they're still cheap and they're still loaded with goodies. The only thing is, like, if you buy a Chinese EV in Europe and particularly in North America, then there is a chance that because of political turmoil, they will have to exit the market, and then you're stuck with a car that you can't get spare parts for, and you definitely can't sell in 3 days or in 3 years, for example. Anyway, there was a lag phase most crazy. Thank you for the tier 3 for 5 months. Ooh, glorious. And we got a level 2 completed. 11 and my normal driving is 80 kilometers. I've been driving a hybrid for years. It's a nice compromise for our lack of EV infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, I drove the Tesla for 9 years, and I never used anything except Tesla superchargers. And I went abroad as well. And it was the small battery. So, like, if your primary way of driving is back and forth to work, to somewhere back home, and you can charge at home, then it's not a problem at all. If you live like in the middle of a city and you live in an apartment and you don't have local charging nearby, then it gets a little more complicated. If you have a driving of 200 kilometers each way every day, then I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? But that's a different matter. Then it's not. Then your car is not fixing your problems. Suffrash, thank you for the 38 months. And Moonlight Maze, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Most appreciated. Welcome. Anonymous with the 50 months. Ooh, and the 5 metric years. More electric cars with gas generator backup seems to be more manufacturers going that route. That makes no sense. The possible. That makes no sense. You lose everything that's good about the electric car. Like the reason, the competitiveness between a internal combustion engine and electric vehicle is the electric engine is a million times better than an internal combustion engine, but the energy density of petrol is so much better than batteries. So you have the better engine versus the better energy storage, and you get better batteries, but it's still like it doesn't compare to the energy density of petrol. And therefore, if you start having like, oh, now we have the electric engine, which is like this little thing, no moving parts, no nothing, it runs forever, completely stable, and then you go like, let's also build a generator, and then you add and you make 2 cars and jam it into one frame. It's going to be heavy, it's going to be inefficient, it's going to be complicated because all the electronics to control it. Like, I would never touch a hybrid. It's such a it's the worst of both worlds. It's not the best of both worlds. It's definitely the worst of both worlds. Seymour, could bad service just what? Yeah, there we go. And then Fry Guy, thank you for 74 months. And then Draco Falcone, 5 gift subs. Thank you. And Titanium with the Prime. Okay, I'm missing a few things in chat. I love when we get these kind of things and get the chat rolling. Love it. And Maycom, thank you for the 30 months. 3 magic years. Gas engine can go much further than electric when both are full. Anyway, yeah, it can. That's the part. The energy density, yes. And the recharge speed. But recharge speed is something that I have never encountered that to be really a problem. Like maybe once in a while when I was like driving a lot and then okay, have to think about like, okay, I need to drive again this later on this afternoon. So I really should just get a little bit of charge on the car when I get home. Hey, Shannon the Techno, thank you for the 500 bits. All right, the hype train is actually getting somewhere, a little bit at least. There's a lot of resubs, not so much gift subs, but resubs. Yes. Oh, there's 1 minute left, and then so all of this good progress on the train, and we are almost at the 1 minute warning. Can't be efficient as a pure electric. Exactly. That's my point as well. And that's hype train. 17 subs in the last minute. Can we get it to keep the train alive? A couple of superchargers at a station. That's where, I mean, all almost all petrol or gas stations in Denmark also have 300 kilowatt superchargers. So, like, also my local supermarkets are starting to have it. So,
Welcome home.
the great Chuko, thank you for your Prime for 11 months. So for me, it's very much about the infrastructure. If the infrastructure is about electric vehicles, then if you have a good electric grid, you have lots of charging points, then sort of public charging points, it's great. I mean, with the new car, I've also been sort of, going to go shopping, then you park it and then you charge, and then you come back 20 minutes later, done your grocery shopping and got like maybe, I don't know, 100 kilometers more range. Like, that's amazing. Oh no, they have added loot chests. Oh my god, that's awful. You have to click a loot chest now. Okay, well, the hype train ended at level 2. Oh no. 10-minute charging to get to... I mean, I really don't. I think that if I had a new car and it was like, yeah, you can get the optional extra supercharged battery that can charge in 10 minutes, but it costs, I don't know, 10,000 more, then I'd be like, no thanks, I don't need it. I don't need it. Should parking lots have solar panels? Yeah, it would be nice. Or I was thinking that you would start by just saying all those gray boxes of shopping malls and stuff like that should start by doing that. So they could not do with an election are those who have never tried. Yeah, I found it to be like all of the arguments against like electric vehicles. I find them to be sort of really. They sound very much like you should smoke 2 cigarettes per day when you're pregnant. They sound exactly like it. Exactly like that. And I'm like, wow, you're just spewing propaganda from the tobacco industry, or in this case, the oil industry. These kind of things are like, you've never tried it, and I understand that if you if you live in a place where the electric grid is unreliable, if you live in a place that you don't have a fixed parking lot and therefore can't charge at home, so it's in a big city, an apartment or something like that where there's no fixed parking, it's a lot more complicated and it might be less attractive. But then you're going to have all sorts of other issues with having a car in the middle of a city, and maybe you should have a ride share instead. I mean, the country with most EVs is Norway, and people complain that southern Germany is chilly in winter. Yeah, exactly. Like it's those kind of arguments. Like, oh, but the batteries doesn't work in the cold. Like, oh, well, I think the Norwegians would beg to differ. So I'd say I've been driving electric for 9 years, and I would never, ever, ever go back. There's also another thing, which is maybe a smaller thing for Americans, but for Europeans, since we have most cars come with manual gears. I mean, what's the fucking point of manual gears? My god, that's stupid. Why should I be like the accelerator, the clutch, and the gears? And why should I do that? Like in 2025, why are we doing shit like that? You press the accelerator, it goes forward, and you're gonna yeah, but just get automatic gears. Yes, but that's a hell of expensive. It's fun. Most people don't buy their car because it's fun, and you can have so much fun with like and then an e-up will just go past you because it fucking sucks. It's like cycling in Rotterdam versus cycling in outer London. The infrastructure was designed with bikes in Rotterdam. It's stitched together as an afterthought in London. Yeah, in same in with biking in Copenhagen, where the green waves are designed for bikes, not for cars, and you have like little like indicators ahead of it where you can see for the bike lanes, so you count down when it turns green, so they can sort of keep a pace. And there's some places more room for bikes than there's for cars, and it only gets worse as time goes by. So definitely it's designed to make it as uncomfortable and yeah, impractical to drive a car, and make it as easily accessible to drive a bike, which I think is great. I'm just not going to do it. See, this is one of those where I can definitely see the argument. I can see the social, the infrastructure, the societal benefits of everyone biking, like pollution and health and all that stuff. I can absolutely see it. I'm just not going to do it. I choose not to. And I'm totally fine with people using the same arguments for petrol versus electric, where it's like, yeah, but I really like the roar of the engine. Oh, cool. Awesome. I love the smell of gasoline. I love like getting all greased up in gasoline on my hands when I'm charging. Oh, I love that. I love the smell of that. I love that. It's like, fine, you do you. I just don't like it. But if that's what floats your boat, then sure, be my guest. My EV has a very convincing engine sound and gears. Yeah, yeah. There's in my BMW. There's also like specially designed sounds by Hans Zimmer, and they're really cool. They're like there are different ones, and they're fun for about 10 minutes, and then they become a little bit obnoxious. Then I was like, one of the things I love most about electric cars is that they're quiet, and then you ruin it by going. It's fun, but it's silly. So let's shopping center here and all the solar panels on the roof. That's fine. However, it's 2 to 3 charging stations in Pakistan. That might work at the current ratio. Yeah, I mean, I think that once you do that, then you see that, oh, they're always busy. Okay, it becomes a parameter for people to choose. Okay, and then like once you start doing those kind of things, you started with a test and then you find out, oh shit, we need more, which I think is cool. You're filling your tank wrong. Maybe the one before you was all greased up in gas and then it's on the handle. You can't. I mean, not so much you can do about it. Wear gloves. Then you have to mess with gloves just for the convenience. I don't know. It's just I don't enjoy petrol stations or gas stations. I go them to buy a Red Bull on my way for a longer drive, but that's it. So I find the convenience of charging at home much better than the convenience of being able to charge anywhere. But you know, that's a preference thing. So anyway, preference. I think we also have a preference of playing some Factorio today. Is electric trams and metros accelerating? That electric whine and change of pitch is the part of the joy of my work. Yeah. Comes even close to the natural sound of an inline 6-cylinder. If you like that. That's like, for me, like, I find that the stupidest car you can buy is a Maserati. It just converts dead dinosaurs into noise. It doesn't do anything else, and it just costs a lot of money for something that's not even a supercar. It's not really that fast, and it doesn't really look that great. It's like, it just makes noise, and it's like, yeah, it's a Harley Davidson. Like, it's the prime feature is that it makes noise. Like, I don't get it. Is that really what you want to pay extra money for? But you know, to each their own, and there's an aesthetic thing, and if you want to be a biker, then you gotta have a Harley Davidson. That's how it works, right? Yeah. Buy an EV if Hans Zimmer has composed car organ piece exclusive for that car. I mean, that's the BMW. That is the BMW. It's you can Google it. It's some pretty cool sounds. Such a good sound insulation in the cabin that they have to play the sound of the engine through the speakers instead. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is completely quiet at 140. Or like, you just don't notice that it is ridiculously quiet. That a car is so well made. So I don't know. I love it. So it was really surprising to me that it was so quiet. Yeah, which I like. That's also why I don't want to have like adding fake sounds as well, which is, yeah, silly. But I do love the lights. You can change the panels of the lights inside, so the kids choose their own color. They have like their favorite colors. My daughter's is pink and my son is orange, and when I'm driving alone, it's of course purple. So you had added Tesla, yes, Model S. So now to something completely different. It's you know what? On a completely separate note, I found something that I love speedrunning. But I think I got my BMW in November. Late November, I think. And there's something I love speedrunning. Jigsaw puzzles. I love speedrunning jigsaw puzzles. That is so enjoyable. And I just dawned on me today because I was at my parents, and it's a little bit boring to be at my parents. So I'm always like grabbing a jigsaw puzzle and then just going 1,000 pieces. Sort it, collect it, piece it together, and go like, done. Whew. Couple of hours. Yeah. So it's the one that I've done many times, but it's super Zen-like. This place looks like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle. It does. It's a little bit of, but at least we got the corners done right. We got the frame done right. Yeah. Let's convert dead dinosaur biters, yeah, into rocket fuel. Speed increases as you complete the jigsaw. It gets more fun towards the end. I don't know. That's the thing. I think that a good jigsaw puzzle keeps the same pace all along, because in the beginning you choose the stuff that's the easiest, and then that you're like, oh, here's some red thing. So give me all the red pieces because they're this little thing, and then you do that, and then there's something else here. But in the end, you're like, ugh, why did I choose a forested mountainside with an overcast sky? Ugh. Now it's just shades of between blue and gray, and then I organize them all up in like, okay, the most blue ones here and the most gray ones here, and then you start. There we go. Next. A completely white one. I have one called the Crypt that's all golden. It's completely gold. I did that once. That's tedious. That is really tedious because you just have to organize them according to the shapes. At least the shapes are interesting. But I also think that it's not really that fun. Okay, so let's see about this one. Did you notice, by the way, with the latest masterclass video that I improved this design? So now we have a breathing room all along the edge. I thought there was a major achievement getting done with that. So I like that. Try not to remember the completed picture before that. Yeah, it's usually puzzles I've done many times where it's like, I want to make this Disney puzzle. Yeah. I said it. I love it. Thank you. Which is a white background with a bunch of black lines cutting across. 1,000 pieces. Best achievement of my life. Nice. Yeah, so we need to sort of figure out what it is that we're still missing in this space. And we've now gone up to get the rocket fuel. Nice, cool design. We got the load infrastructure. We got the blue circuits done. And they're coming up here. So what we're missing is, this is the hub thing, and then the space platform. And then we have some, what's it called? That's called, yeah. So I'm kind of thinking that we'll do some modules, yes. That one here, and then a lot of this basically here. Maybe a little bit nicer than that. But basically just prepare it and then have it for many rocket launchers at once. There's some puzzles with, I think, some 5 lines. They have the same motif printed on both sides, but 90% notes. Yeah, I've also tried that. Also, the ones with they don't have a frame, so you can take like the stuff on the right is also the stuff on the left. So it's repeating. Like that's annoying because they can't start with a frame, for example, or having it on two different sides, so it's like also just two different puzzles. Yeah. Automate construction of rocket silos as well. Yes, I think one of these is actually going to be that, right? One of these is rocket silos. Yes. So I think that so my choices are either I make one block here
Welcome
for these
back.
things
Your
and another block
steadfast
here
loyalty
for
is
launching.
greatly appreciated.
Or alternatively, I put the whole thing into this block. I don't know. The reveal. Thank you for the 3 months. I don't know. I don't know which I like because obviously, well, obviously in the beginning, I'm going to have like a couple of these. But I also think I need more because we really quickly found out how many we actually needed. Oops. Hmm. Ooh. You. I don't like that. Yeah. That's going to be enough to get all of it in here. So I think like if we build a block that launches 16, that seems right. That seems okay, I think. And then we can sort of prepare it for launching something. I like this. This seems reasonable. And of course we're not going to do that immediately, but we'd like to have this many launches. Oh, hold on. It should actually be the other way around. Or should it? Okay, the argument for putting it over here is that this is where I already have the materials. They're already produced on this side. So that the argument for putting it over here is that most of the stuff I'm going to be launching is coming from here. So I want to get it like that distance or that distance. It's pretty much the same thing. Terminate in the rocket silo is cool. However, it does limit the vertical expansion of us. Yeah, but I shouldn't be vertically launching. The idea is that this base will be build it, forget it, never come back to it, but it'll still do the stuff that we need. But, there might be some things that we eventually want to remove as well and replace with something else. So they should travel less distance. Yes, absolutely, they should. However, I don't have a way to make these there, for example. It just doesn't make sense for me to build it here. Um, I think so. Maybe it does. I don't know. But it is true that it's much slower. So, but on the other hand, what are we going to export from here? We're not going to export 10,000 plastic. That's not what we're going to be exporting. Because each plastic stacks to 2,000. So if we want to export plastic, then it would be like, oh yeah, export 10,000 plastic, and then it'll be like 5 rockets. Awesome. We're not going to do that. That's not how we do this. What we're going to be exporting is this stuff mainly from here, which all of these stack to is like one stack off. So I don't know, stuff like, hey, this one stacks to 50. So it's only like 50 items to be transported. So sure, that means it's 13 robots that have to move bit more, bit less. I don't think. Yeah, buffer chest, absolutely. Buffer chest is a good idea for things that we're going to export a lot of. But I don't know what that would be. I think I like it over here though, because then it's right next to these. What makes the most sense? I feel it makes most sense to have it over here, but that's just because I built it there previously. Hmm. And that's the electric engine, so electric engines are also coming out. Yeah. Labs behind the science and place the rockets where the labs are now. No, then I wouldn't do that. If I put the labs down here, then I would take this one and move it down. That would make more sense. But I do think that even though this one doesn't interact with the bus, then I still want it here. And that's more of an aesthetic point, that the bus is middle, and then there's a build on either side, and then there are train stations going in and out. Fewer belts, even more efficient. Yeah, in constructing it, yes. To have it instead of going all the way over here. Then we just need these here as well. Figure out what they're going to be building. That'll be a little bit of extra hub build thing. So. Should we try to design this first? This got misplaced. Oh, these got misplaced. Yeah. You're still dragging rockets on the bus, so it doesn't matter if it's left or right, just slightly longer belt. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is just the matter of this line of belts. So based on that and it's red belts and all that stuff, it's not that expensive. So I think that makes more sense to have it over here. Good. Okay. So what would this look like? They can't even do that. Like, this would be awesome and amazing and all that, but it's not working. And these are requesters by themselves. So I also don't know if I need to build all of them at once, but we'll design all of it. It's not great. Maybe this is the pattern we are looking for. How is that reaching? Oh, because, they would reach if there wasn't a space between them. Ah. So am I just making it a little bit silly now? Where instead of doing this, I should actually, let's do the alternate here, where I'm taking all of these. If I just build it like this, then that. Why not substations? Why not indeed? We do have substations, yes, by the time we do this, so that's probably a better point. Let's make some substations. Where would we want that? Let's trick this one with substations. I mean, that's hard to argue with this, isn't it? The only thing is like cooking it up to something else. It doesn't reach all the way down, so we will need to get some kind of connection there. That is the max reach. Interesting. I don't like this because we might at some point want to put a beacon in here. And then that position is exactly where I want the beacons. And I know we don't have beacons right now when we launch it, but eventually we might be like, yeah, okay, we don't want to wait so long for the... Actually, that's never going to be the case, right? No, it might be the case that Well, yeah, will you want beacons in Sicily? No, I don't think so. I want to be able to launch one batch, but I don't want to be able to launch more than that. Well, that's interesting that it doesn't connect correctly. Hmm. It's just that it will actually be pretty slow if we use... Yeah. 0.8. I don't know. Probably not. Can this take one more silo per lane? Yes, it can, but then I don't have something else because I'd also want to maybe make some buffer chests up here. Well, I don't have buffer chests, but you know, I'll have something. And there's also something nice about 16. Like, it's a... I feel it's a nicer... It's a nice number. Because they're going to be loading really slow anyway. Mm-hmm. The 2x2 footprint is still a problem. What do you mean by the 2x2? This part? I think you would really enjoy insert random Minecraft mod. No, I don't, because I am, and this might surprise you, not 12 years old. I may act like it, but I am not. Sorry, I don't like. Minecraft is not necessarily for 12. No, it isn't, but it is in my world. It will fit exactly one more, but then it'll be kissing the lane on either side. So we have to consider whether we want that or not. If it was like this, I would definitely do it. But if it's like this, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. 20% more silos, yes. Really giving you that much advantage over 16? No, it's not. It's not giving me much advantage. It's where we need it is when we are launching, when we're starting a new spaceship. Then we want to launch a lot of space platforms, and they launch by 50 at a time. So with 20, then we could get 5,000 immediately, or what? 500. 500 is 10. 1,000. We get 1,000 at a time, and now we can only get 800. It's still going to take like many cycles to launch when we want to build a new spaceship. Also, we have to remember that these are small spaceships. It's not going to be like 1,000 tile spaceships. It's going to be like, I don't know, 200. Can Factorio support 20 rockets? No, it cannot, but that's not intended. It's not intended to be launching 20 rockets at the same time, or yes, at the same time, but not continuously. It'll be idle 99% of the time, but when you want it, you want to have many rockets launching at the same time. That's the argument for having many, and that's also the argument for why we'd want 20 instead of, instead. So I'm actually, based on sort of my own reasoning here, saying that the argument is that we want We want to be able to launch as many as possible at once. And if we want to do that, then the answer is like this. Then we have to do it like that. Which now becomes a little more annoying because we can make one here, and then we can make one here, and then where's the last one going to be? Which is more beneficial in the long run? More silos or less silos with beacons? Depends on what you're aiming for. If you're aiming for continuous throughput, then beacons is better to a certain extent. But that's not what we want. Because we have something that's idle almost all the time. But when we want it, we want a big batch. So that means batch size is something that's more important to optimize for. And therefore, more silos is better for increasing batch size. To fit the same number of silos with belt loading on the... With 16, you'd probably would be able to fit the same number of silos with belt loading on other planets. Oh, belt loading? Yeah. But I don't think I need to solve that right now. And by the way, I don't really see that's very easily possible because there isn't a whole lot of extra room available here. So I think we'll design it for what we need it for right now. It doesn't have to be the same. No, it doesn't. And it won't be anyway. But it will have... I can just see it right now that I don't have extra lanes here to load everything else up. So it's going to be a problem to load it. And it's also going to be a problem to how do we power this. I like this. Then we just need to be able to get it inbound. Huh. The only places they should not be. That doesn't look good.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
There. Alvid, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Why not use same you did for 2 vertically? Because I don't need it. I don't... 20 is plenty. And I'm only... If I didn't... If I had room for 16, I'd be happy. But now I have room for this, so I'm even more happy. Yeah. I like this. Do we like it? It does have... It does have the issue that what if I want to get something in like this with these ones here? So I'd get the shortest travel time. Then I'd love to get that in here and then... This doesn't look good from that perspective, from the lighting perspective. I'm going to do something like this. Because that allows me to get this one in. Then we'll store it here and maybe even store it down here as well. Nah, we don't need more than one. All right, let's kill this and pretend that this is the best pattern anyone has ever come up with. Yeah. There. About time. I've been following you for years. Awesome. Welcome. Then it should be a green buffer chest. Doesn't need to be a green buffer chest, and especially because by the time we build it, we don't have green buffer chests. So what is the green buffer chest doing that this storage chest is not doing? What we could do is maybe if we wanted to have some buffer chests, like these locations, if we really wanted to, for like specific things that we want, or like these two locations and these two locations. That's the advantage of having only 16 in a block, is that there would be more natural place for buffer chests. But no, I think we can put the buffer chest in here. Like, what are the things that we would want to transport in high quantity? Hello, Moon. And did you label storage for space platform? Label storage for space platform. Oh, you mean like that one? Oh, no. There? Yes, if that's what you mean. These ones should also be set to automatic. Oh, shoot. I already forgot my Blake. That's because we talked too much about EVs. So, there. All right. I'll be taking a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Right. Power doesn't connect to the right side corners. That's true. And it is a little bit annoying. But it's just one of those things, right? In the age of compromise here. When this is finished, do you stamp it all down on a real planet, hook up the resource, and check to see if it's working? It's all working good? No, I don't think it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna test it for a playthrough, but that will be when that playthrough comes along. What's intended to store? The space platform? Yes, space platform. That's the product that we're going to be bringing the most of to space. Because remember, we have to always sort of think about what is the role of this space in the context of long term. In the context of long term, this space is going to get us to space, build the space platform that makes space platforms, or makes space science. It's going to build us some haulers to go between the different planets, mainly between Nauvis and Volcanus. Then when we get to Volcanus, we're going to be rebuilding the base from the ground up with robots and stuff like that. And then this base here will not really be doing much. It might still continue to make some normal spaceships, but that's it. Is this really a glorified jumpstart base? It's a glorified jumpstart base, but it's a base that will also continue to work for a while. And there's still, I feel that there's still so much to do that it makes sense to continue to do this. Like, for example, later on, we can also just replace these with, no, we don't need to do it with inputs for when we just have this here. So it's not really a problem. Have you considered shipping copper cables into space and making space platform from space iron? No, I have not. And I have now. No, I'm not going to do that. I can see that later on when you have the advanced reprocessing thingy. No, not this one. Where's that coming in? Advanced asteroid reprocessing. When you have this one, then you can make space platforms automatically for free in space. But at this point, you already have Volcanus, so you have infinite free everything. So I don't think so. The first couple of spaceships will be without efficiency modules, as we are not building modules in the early base. Oh, we are building modules. They are right here. And that will be built over on the side. So what we have over here is going to be a hub, modules, and here. What we also need is to think about whether we are going to also build like a tiny bit of what's it called? A tiny bit of upcycling, because some of these should be upcycled. It's particularly this one. This is the most important thing to get upcycled. So the question is, shouldn't we be doing that anyway? Quality modules are all modules, level 1 and level 2 when we get that. So that's the intention. But no more than that. Just a stack of each. Because it's not going to be like vast quantities. Of course, in this part here, there's 80 modules. Normal quality, everything is very viable. Oh, absolutely it is. But it's just so nice to get asteroid collectors in higher quality. And it doesn't really cost anything by plopping down some quality modules and letting it spin. So I think that's something we want to do for not crushers. They don't need to. Cargo bays don't need to. Thrusters, not really. Yeah, so it is only the asteroid belts. That's asteroid belts and gun turrets and solar panels. Those are the ones that I think are valid to consider upgrading. So that might actually be something we should set here. That this should actually be all quality. Just in case. Because then there might be another one here that is. But then when the quality is greater than that. I don't like that way of doing it. I like it greater than or equal to this instead. It looks nicer. There, for example. I don't even think I want to upgrade these, but solar panels, yes. We're not using accumulators in space, but this one, yeah. Is there anything else that we want to have potentially upgraded? Gun turrets are nice because it gives a longer range. We could also here, but we don't really need it. So, yeah, I don't think so. Is there any point you won't ever? Why do you set the left box to any quality? At this point, there won't be ever be upgraded stuff. Here? No, when I put quality modules in here, then they can come out as quality. I can also do it like this. Might actually be nicer way of doing it. There, so it goes continues on this 1500, and then whatever is more goes into that one. So we'll do a little bit of upcycling on this one eventually, but I don't think we'll upcycle anything else. Yeah. Quality on electric furnace and chemical plants. Yes, but I don't think I want to. I didn't feel that was something I missed last time. Yeah. But I do agree that it would be nice, especially for the furnaces, because you need like so few of them that sure, let's get a few. The problem with this design is that it's not exactly easy to add an extra thing here. Like, where would we even add some more? I mean, we could take these two out one and then build another, then have this one only be outputting normal quality and then having higher quality down here. What was the other thing you were mentioning? It was chemical plants. Yeah. I can't really see where we're going to be putting that. Up there, maybe, but that's kind of awful. Or it might just be we put some here, and if we get one randomly, then sure, let's do that. It's probably going to be like that. Yeah. So no filters there. Cool. All right. So let's do the design for this part here. What is the most important thing to build first? I think I want to build this first because this is all 5 items that we want inbound. It's also pipes. Pipes is not a thing that needs to be done. So yeah. So we're going to get Ironium in here. And then all the other things are things that we also need for the other ones. And then also LDS, right? Okay, anything else that needs concrete? Yes. Okay, so concrete. Oof, that one sucks. So the last three are the only ones that are LDS. And gear, okay, also engines. Okay, so we need 1, 2 inbounds. That's 4 inputs. And those 4 inputs are iron, blue, electric, concrete, and low density structures. Fuck, that's 5 inputs. But very low quantity, or, well, they will have to be low quantity. Do I rather want to put them like this and then have only boxes up top? I think that looks nicer. It makes it a little bit annoying to pick things up from this location. Is there something they all want? They all want steel and blue is the most common items. Yeah, steel and blue. Okay, so steel and blue could also be here. I don't know why I would want to start with that. And copper. What needs copper? Nothing needs copper here. And that's concrete and that's concrete. Yeah, okay, and also the space platform. That's what I meant. Okay, so space platform is also one. That means we kind of need... Okay. So we have 6 items. The one that is closer should be LDS plus blue. So let's start by doing that. Actually, let's just start designing it like this. That's probably easier. Well, it is easier just to get a sense of it. So this will be LDS and blue in that order because that makes more sense with this. Then I will have steel and concrete. And then the one that's furthest away is the one I'm using the least. That will have space platform and... what's the last thing we needed? Oh, electric engines. Yes. Yeah. One assembler for dedicated? No, I don't need it because I'm going to bring it out here on the bus and then I can just drag it down on this line to collide it into this and then it'll be fine. I think. It'll be a little crowded, but we'll see. And then I think these should be in red boxes and not in... what do I like? Do I like to put them in here? Or do we want it in storage boxes? Don't know why I would want it in storage boxes, to be honest. Okay, so this one should have... we can't send this to space anyway, so... no. Oh. See, this is one of those where since this is super expensive, I really should have the assembler stop working instead of anything else, right? Also, these are expensive. Not that expensive. Yeah, they're kind of expensive. So I really should be setting this on here. I did that for the hub. Well, I didn't, but that's I should have. There we go. Now, because everything is now built up to maximum size. Oh my god. Let's see. That's all negative numbers here. Yeah, okay. Well, that's been chugging along while we've been designing, so that's fine. That's fine. To send copper wires to space platforms and make iron plates on site. No, it would not. I know I guess there has been a Reddit post or a YouTube video or something that must have been saying that that's the best idea ever, based on the same suggestion coming in. When people are sending it the same suggestion, then that comes from somewhere. That's my theory. So, hey, Robbie Shop, thank you. There was okay.
Returns.
Well, that's not true then,
Home.
because the thing is, I don't agree with that, because if I want to build a spaceship, it's not about building it as cheap as possible. That's a weird parameter to build spaceships from. It's more about, okay, I'm sitting there designing the spaceship, give me the materials, but if I have to build a little platform, build an asteroid collector that then takes the iron, smelts it, makes it into iron, smelts it again into steel, bring up some copper, make it into platforms to go like, haha, I saved some iron, woo! Like, really? Is it? And plus, it's going to be one assembler just chugging along, making it. While here, I'll have 20 assemblers or something making this, because it takes 10 seconds for each craft. It's you save 3 rocket launches. Yes. You maybe. I don't know. I'm just assuming you're correct. You're saving 3 rocket launches. Okay. What's the price? The price is time. That means that now, if you want 500 in space, then you're going to have to sit and wait for one assembler to make 500 of these at 10-second craft time. That's 5,000 seconds, plus this is not even working at 1.0 speed, and or something, right? And for what? For saving 3 rockets? Really? And sinking an extra 30 minutes into building a platform. Yeah, exactly. This is why you can also save a lot more by just only having one rocket launcher, but we want all of them. It may save in the context, but it's an edge case. I mean, I think it's difficult to find something that's truly unique. And if you want to make a clickbait YouTube video, then you gotta be selling it somehow, and you gotta sell it as like the best things in sliced bread, and it's not. It's a trap. In my opinion, as I think about it, it's a trap, because yes, you're saving some materials. What is it you're saving? You're saving some rockets and some steel, not exactly like really precious. But you are then wasting a lot of time. And I know we're not speed running, but when I sit and design a spaceship, I don't want to be like, okay, so we built a little asteroid collector that will be sitting over Narvis and basically not collect anything. And that has to feed into making my steel production that will then slowly make these. And then I can come back 2 hours later, and then I might have enough. They're launching from Volcanus and want to save coal. Why? Why would you want to save coal on Volcanus, and for what? Like it's which is really important. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not saying that's your argument, and I just kind of have a tough time seeing the argument for saving coal. You're not gonna run out of coal, and certainly not in the beginning when this is an issue. And yeah, I don't know. You want a ship? Bam, put a blueprint. Or, oh wait, I just need to build spaceport from space first. Then put the actual blueprint of the ship. Then there won't be a bam blueprint. Whoosh, rocket ship away. Exactly, Moon. That's exactly it. Because you'll have every time you want to build it, you have to build the temporary structure and then wait a couple of hours. I don't know, and then come back and then build the spaceship. And that's just not how I play. Yeah, it decently plentiful. Yes, absolutely. And it's not a problem to use the initial code because by the time you get somewhere else, you get the big ones. That's great. And there's a random hype train starting. Damn. How often do you build a platform though? Once every few hours. Not worth it. Might as well just chug along and build a buffer for the next platform. Yeah, that's what I'm exactly. It's not a It's not a continuous thing. It might be something that has marginal use. No, it doesn't have a use for space for speed running because yeah, you don't have it. So I don't know. I think it's a nice thing that you can sort of, oh yeah, you can build space platforms in space. Oh yeah, I never thought of it. Cool, but that doesn't mean that it's a good idea just because you can do it. Is enough base platforms to accommodate all of the cargo bays. Phase 2 is the rest of the platform surface to use everything else. Yeah, I kind of do that as well. Like request a lot of space platform and cargo bays, stamp a couple of the cargo bays down, and then stamp down the final blueprint. Basically, so kind of the same. Okay, and this one will then be I think it's easy just to do this and go like, oh, there we go. You don't need anything from the last row, so that can be taken out. Oops. Okay, now they're just chugging along and eating all of it, but that's not my intention, so. Okay. Is there a way to one-click add something with an underground belt? Yeah, force build. Okay, is enabled when... Oh, should I do the same thing here? Where I say this is enabled when rocket silos is less than 0? Greater than 0. The value is greater than 0. Good. Let's do that. rocket. It's not. It's rocket parts, but it's not rocket parts. It says space stuff. Spaceship parts. Yeah, spaceship parts. And then the big discussion is spaceship in one word or in two words. Space stuff is the best we can come up with. That one, we need 2 of these. And then we say, that's now making 2. You're going to get in when that is greater than 0. That means you're enabled. Yep. And this one should then be, that is greater than 0. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Ugh. So, I wonder if I should... right there, that's... Good. And they will all be disabled now because I don't have listed how many of each I want. Good. Next one. That thingy, just 1. Next one is also just 1. Then these ones, I don't know, 9? Sure. Don't think I want more than that. As call it. It's, what's the, how many are launching at once? 5. Okay, so launches 5. Let's keep 10. Then next one here is launching in bunches of 10, so let's get 20. Next one here is launching in batches of 10, so let's get 20. And the last one is batches of 10, so let's get, you guessed it, 20. We're not in the beginning actually needing that many. Swap the top and middle belt for inserter steel concrete later faster. The top and the middle belt. Yeah, that's steel and concrete. That's actually a good point. Ugh. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's do that. Steel and concrete should probably not even be on the same one. Look at it go. It's 1000 steel and 1000 concrete. Those are the 2 big ones. So if they are both on the closer one, it's still going to be faster. One of these collecting 2000 is faster than one of these collecting 1000. Is it worth to steel and concrete both being separate belts and using green inserter? Yes, but that's, now we're again optimizing something that's completely irrelevant. But yeah, when we're sitting here looking at it, then it's super inefficient that it fills up like this. But honestly, it's gonna build the stuff we need, and then it's gonna be idle most of the time. So it'll just gradually build this, and it will do something else, and then half an hour later it'll be built. Whether it takes 27 minutes or 17 minutes, it really doesn't matter, I think. But you know, we'll switch it around. It's not really using much space. Let's design some.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I think we need to just to get these right. There. Welcome on, Sanderman. Thank you for the 12 months, a full year. Yeah, I know. I could switch around and then I could put something like this in here to make it go, also be a green one in here. But again, is it really something that we feel that is worth considering? Then I'd have to switch to maybe being steel and blue in the same belt. I know there seems to be a movement in chat to get us there. So let's do that. But this one doesn't matter. It's slow, but whatever. It's gonna be one. See, it only collects 5. Would it collect more if I did this? No, because it is max stack size is 5 anyway, so. Yeah, it's because of this. This can only do 5. That's why it doesn't take 12. Doesn't, because it can't. Okay, let's look at modules. This is module 1. Module 2. We're going to just design one of them, and then that'll have to be it. So red is used for both, and this is red belts, and this is green and blue. And then you can't pick up. Well, actually, you can pick up from that, but you can't pick up from the other one. Oh, oh, I don't know. I don't know. Stop. Oh, right. They also seem to be getting everything they want. No, they're all fine. Are you planning for T3 modules? Why do you need blue there? Because that's tier 2. They need blue. That's why. Derp. Yep. That's fine. We're all allowed to derp. Yeah. And then that will be a... These definitely need to be able to return because they are likely to return. So I'm going to build this, but by the time I build it, I won't actually be able to have this. So this is a design that works exclusively for tier 2. But when I only have tier 1, I'm actually... this is just not able to be built. I mean, this is a nice little blueprint. I'll just stamp it down 4 times and then it's going to be fine. Any quality? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is quality. This one is one of the first things we'd put some quality in. Actually only this one, I think. I don't want to be managing quality when it's like 1% chance. No, I'll put for tier 1 modules. They go into tier 2. By the time we can make tier 2, we don't want to make anything tier 1. We might be... that one. So this requires space science. So this doesn't work until space science, but let's... if I think about it, then Am I going to use one that gives us 1% chance of quality? I don't think tier 1 quality modules are worth anything. Okay, so then that would need to be down here. Like this. It's a compact blueprint. We need something here. Oh, that's actually where I should have been building it. It would be not much nicer. There, right? Nice compact build for sure. It's just woefully slow. And then the question is that a problem? Like, it's also not really a big build. So let's say that we just build this, and then we just built 4 of these, 1 for each of the inputs. But I'm thinking, do I need more? There's maybe a point to doing something like this. And then saying, that's a module. And then these need to be... Should I then also have another one here that says... Don't have a lot of blue production. No, I know, but it's... Yeah. No quality and no survival start. Yes, that's... Yes. I think that... I think that we will build this in the sense that it... In the priority list of what is most important. Like, obviously we won't be able to have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the line. So we can make it 2 and then 2, and that means the first one here is the most important, and then followed by a less important one because it's a continuous belt. So that means, for example, this one would be speed modules. Speed modules are the most important ones there, and then we would build another one. This, and then that would be productivity modules, more important, and then efficiency modules. Right, so that's kind of an inherent prioritization here. That, yeah, we want speed modules and productivity modules first, because we're needing those on novice. Maybe. We definitely need the productivity modules over here. How are we going to make quality 1 module? I would hate to craft solar accumulators without quality. Accumulators I don't really mind, but solar, yes, because you need a lot of them. So even a 2% chance means that you'll get 3 higher quality modules here. Right, because we need them on the other planets early on. Yeah, you can say that. Okay, so I like this, but I don't like it. Why do I not like it? I don't like it because it doesn't work before I have before I have this module. So it kind of sucks. I'd much rather have something that is a lot less cool, but then is consistent. Like something like this, which obviously is not like this, because then I can control how many I want to produce of the other ones. And that means when I stamp this down and I don't have this researched yet, then it's still going to work. Well, here's an idea. Unfortunately, this cannot move further, and that's a problem. But we also have up here. Yeah, we don't need this. This also solves the other problem of having this input box, because now the input box is integrated. The only thing that doesn't work is the fact that that one is not. Yeah, and I can do it here, but then I don't have these two. Repeatable? Nope. Let me just build this here, just to see. Maybe I actually want this to be moving a little bit closer that way. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, see, they can't reach. I need them to reach. That one. That's a good idea. We have the lights down here. Looks nice. However, we still have the problem that if... If I wanted two of these, I really wanted them to be in the same box, and I can't get them in the same box. Right? Oh yeah, I can. Yeah. There we go. They're going to be in the same box. So this is... I think this is a good design. Yeah. This is a better design than this. Even though this is more compact, then it doesn't need to be more compact, because I'm... Like, if we look at comparatively here, sure, it's more compact, but since I'm not going to build 3 of these next to each other, and I just need to build 2, then this one goes away, and then you're going to be the one that goes in. I don't know, like that, and like this, and then here and here. Looks pretty good. Let's get some inputs. So which one do we think we'll have the most of? I think we'll have the most of the productivity modules. And second most speed modules. Or maybe it's even efficiency modules we need the most of. That's funny. This will then be productivity modules. And productivity modules. And productivity 2. And productivity 2. And then the last and least is the quality module over here. There. Why efficiency now? Just trying to call the pollution cloud before leaving? No, because we need it for spaceships. I want everything on the spaceship to have quality efficiency module 2 in them. So, do you have room for 4 lines? It would make it easier to avoid thinking the priority. Also quantity filter. Yeah, but that's going to be built another way. Do I have enough space for this in a different way? Maybe. I was considering it, but I don't think so. So only when I build the other thing, the last thing here, then I'll check that out. But so far let's just try to get it going here and see. This page produces 0 substation. Oh, it does. I just don't use substations unless they fit in the design, and I don't think they fit particularly well into this design. Why is this not building? Engines. Oh yeah. That's funny. Yeah, it's not working. If only chat had said engines 10 minutes ago. Yeah, why did you not say that? You guys suck. Just go back to up. I also thought they didn't do it, but they are here. The substations, submarinos, and there's plenty of them. Okay, now let's design the last one. I believe it's like this. This produces 3, this consumes 1.5. So that is even ratio. Yeah, blame chat, always blame chat. This could also be a little bit closer, I think. So here. Now we need inputs there, and we need another input here. Like that, and like this.
Welcome
That's a
back.
pretty neat
Your
little
steadfast
design.
loyalty is greatly appreciated.
And then there you go. Goosemeister. Thank you for the 3 months of Prime. Well, this sucks. 0.15. This one screams build on both sides, which means the whole damn thing here has to be more compact. Oof. More compact, you say? I mean, obviously this should be more compact, but I don't know how to do that. I guess this one could be more compact if I built one of the lanes up here. It would also be easy to branch it off the main bus, I guess. Because then I would take out this line. Yeah. Expand in length and move boxes between assemblers. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing, but not really. This one also allows us to now replace. Don't know if I like this. I have to try it. Nope. Don't like it. Top line for concrete, yes. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix this. This is not okay. Yeah, smart belts my ass. What the hell is this awfulness? Aye. There. Then the question is, do you need anything from this line? No. Okay. Do you need anything from this line? Yes, you do. Do you need anything from that line? Yes, you do. Can I just put two of these? Is that better? It looks better than having like a dead end. Yes. Yeah, this looks better. It doesn't look great, but it looks better. Why have space platforms on the bus? Because they're used here. No, here, no, here. There you go, that one. For that single thing, then they have to come down here. And they also will be dragged in here anyway. And this one is not getting anything. Raster input is reversed. What does that mean? Oh, right, that one. This is what you mean. The belt is empty. Like something as obvious as there's an empty belt. Just didn't see it. Oh, we actually crossed the next line. So this is about as reasonably as... No. 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 This is the furthest down I can make it. And it fucking sucks because of that. And I can't do that. Oh. That one. I'd like it to have breathing room. I'm not going to be... Must have breathing room. There. Maybe there's a little bit of thing about the wiring here that got a little bit crossed. But that's something. There's room for it. It looks okay. It's got breathing room here, breathing room here, breathing room here. It's good, I think. Right, that's actually not bad. And oh, one tile off. One tile off. No. No, the horror. Which is actually worse than if it was two tiles off or anything. It's the worst case. So anyway, break time. Be back in 2 minutes. We have 2 hours more to go. Barring any random hype trains. Be back in 2 minutes. Damn. Coordination is a nightmare. Let's fix this part here. Let's fix it by just removing everything. This feels better. Yeah, I like it. If you put the module thing built on the bottom, you can put it closer to the edge of the block. Ah, that's a great point. That's a great point. Thank you. Because this one has the inputs on the top side, like that. And then this is also something that comes... Yeah. And this is the last thing on the bus. I like that. Or should I change these two? Is there an argument for one way or the other? Now there's 3 light tiles up here and 1 tile down here. That's no good. Yeah. There you go. I think this is nice. But which one should I be? I think I. Yeah. Do think I have a preference like this. Yeah. Will you play Modded Factorio with Bob's mod playthrough? Nope, never ever. I think the times for me to juicy is the time for me to play modded Factorio is over. Be a balancing problem with the blue circuits between modules and rockets, but nothing priority balancer can't solve. This one on the one side, actually this should be, yeah, they'll switch. What's the reason that you dislike modded? It's not that I dislike modded, but it's just, it doesn't work very well for streaming content. Like some of the people who are joining the stream because, oh, there's some viewers in the stream, let me see what's going on. And sure, you might see some one of these and not really understand, but you understand everything that is on the screen right now. Because these are all things that you know. But if you come in here and there are 17 different buildings, there are different weird colors, all the things that are making are weird things, and there's different belts and all these things, then you have to understand the mod pack before you can sort of jump in. That means that for YouTube content, for example, no matter how popular the first one is, it's going to crash and burn because no one is going to look at Bob's Mods episode 22 advanced insulation wire. No one's going to watch that. But people will watch episode 21 of my Let's Play because, hey, episode 21 is optimizing interplanetary logistics in the inner planets. Like, oh, even though I haven't watched the first 21 episodes, that might actually be something I want to... I have a problem with that. Let me see how he does it. So, the longer a modded series goes, the more drop-off there is in audience. And not everything is about audience, but Factorio is definitely about audience. So, I can't be... I have no interest in doing it like that. So, that's 6. 6 is a nice number, but I think there's room for 7. No, it can't be there. Yeah, and perfect. Close night bus with a straight line. Absolutely. Juicy. And then you can put nuclear power plants up here if you want to. If you really want to. Cool. So now these lines may need to be flipped. Yep. See, that's the problem here. Well. That works. Yeah, and that continues. Oh, they also need to go in on the other side. Oof. It's going to be really crowded. Really crowded, actually. Yep, that's not going to work. So this is why there was the beginning of the stream was like, have you decided finally where everything is going to be on the bus? No, because I might get into some intractable problems like this where I'm like, I can't solve it. So maybe I'd have to swap these lanes so that it becomes different or something along the lines. That this is actually going to go on the closer one because then these branches are maybe a little simpler. Yeah. I'm going to try that. Let's not try it like this. Let's try it. Blue. And the next is rocket silo, rocket things, and last one is there. Hmm. A lot of mixed belts, but we'll have to deal with that right now. Yeah. Then the question becomes like, how do I get stuff in here? It's clearly, this is going to be the harder one, so. That's the lower one. Could I move it one up? No, not really. I couldn't move it one up. I could move it one up. I don't really want to get them in incorrectly here, but I might have to. And there's something wrong here. That one. Why don't you put the silos above the space hub? Yeah, that was also what I was thinking initially, but I opted against it because this was kind of we built it before. But I don't think it matters that much because I'm gonna have the same mess here anyway. Like, this is gonna be a nightmare to get in. Well, not a nightmare, just impossible. Yay. Honestly, now it doesn't matter where things go. That means I can take... I can do it like this because these two are coming from further away. Could be like this. Then it would be LDS going in here. put steel down here instead. And then you do that. Sure. Because that would make it easier for me to get the other ones in here. Good. And then... This is the problem with being so compact that it is challenging. No. Because it would fit perfectly like this. Yep. Good. Nope. Hmm. I don't think it matters if I change the side the silos on. So, just putting it out there. And I don't think that makes a difference. I know they don't have to be jumping, jump, 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 but they will now. You can put the underground on LDS bus and put a half lane indirectly. Huh? Okay. But the thing is, it looks like I'm actually solving this issue, right? Somehow this is not solved. Oh, it's too far away now. Which means I need to get it to land here and jump again. Which it won't do, because of course it won't do that. Davidka, thank you for joining. And I can't even do it here. Oh, man. I can do it. Could I swap the red and the green? Because they both grab from both of them, so yeah. Okay, so this thing here would go one down. Then that would be the red one. No, that would be the green one. And how the hell would I get the red one in now? That could... Closest thing it could do is this. And then it gets into exactly the same problem. Handcrafted single pair of blue underground. You're not serious. That's a troll. This is getting too complicated and too messy. Does it have a red-green share belt? Yeah, maybe it does. Because it's not a throughput issue, so let's do that and see how that would pan out. That is this location here. Because then I can put this merge over here instead of somewhere else, which is a lot easier. Thank you. Good idea. Do we now have everything? And is there anything that's significantly different? So that's concrete and steel. Concrete and steel are coming in here. And they need to be combined, which is perfect. Yeah. And steel will have to continue further up. So that's also nice. Concrete and steel coming in. And that one coming in. And then I'll have... Why is this... That one's not supposed to get in there. This one. Hold on. Since it is only on one side, I could just do... No, that would be weird. Like this. And then I get the iron inbound here. And then the only thing I'm missing is the inbound. That means this is copper. Hold on, how much steel is this consuming? Like way more than I have. Completely impossible. Well, we'll just hope that it will have stockpiles once in a while. Oops, copper is here. Go. Okay. And the next one is the steel. That one and here. And then now that I have everything running, then I delete everything and build it again. Connected corners and power lines look weird. That seems odd at best. That seems like it would be better if I could get it like one tile moving back, or you could be one tile moved in. Oh, right, it's not gonna work. Because no matter what I do, then it's like it's almost okay. Little bit, it'll, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I understand that removing them, yes, but yeah, this is it. That's the maximum size we can make it. And that's sort of if nothing else is consuming it, which is the best case scenario, that there's a buffer. All of these have been full of steel, and now it's just burning through the buffer. Okay, is anything actually working? A little bit is working. Are you getting your stuff inbound? Yes, you are. Slowly. And then they'll just be wasted out here, which is something that kind of bothers me, but... Just remove the cross connections? Yeah, or now that I don't need it, I can actually just add some breathing room to this build, and then they would align. So that means if it's important, then they can make them align by sort of going... Now the first one is aligned. If we think that's important, it'll use slightly more space. Oh, look at that! Woo! These are max distance, so they're not gonna match. Although they do have to connect at some point, just to be sure that there is a connection. That one also doesn't need to be, well, it does need to be there apparently. These should never be here. Could add a splitter to stop them. I don't feel it's a finite amount that will be, and they're being wasted. This is not a great place to have this. I'm wondering if I should, like, ideally I should have this only built one place where I can then set everything up. However, that would mean that I have to manage my green wire all the way up here, and that's not great, to be honest. So, yeah. I want this, but I really don't like this place. We're gonna make it down here, and then I get from here to in here. And then I need to figure out how to get it. There. Now it's up here. This one is... Yes, 3. So it is getting something. And if I look at this wire... Oh, shoot. Let me see. I want it to be the same thing. Didn't I send it on the red wire? Yeah, I sent it on the red wire. I have to send it on the same kind of wire, because red wire by green wire is for information, red wire is for constraints. I know, it's weird, but that's kind of how I... Oops. And it's not super firm, but it's just if we have one thing and it's a information thing, then I put it on green wire. If it's a constraint thing, like enable, disable, then I put it somewhere else. On the red. Yep. You need a wire and limiting for the modules as well. Yes, absolutely. You're completely correct. Doot. Oh, you know what? I should actually have both modules. I should also have the smaller ones. The smaller. And yes, there are some issues with doing this. Woo, Sucks. Thank you for gifting 7 subs. You completed 100 gift subs. Sweet, amazing. That is so nice of you. Here. Thank you. Oops. That's a lot of wires everywhere. Yeah. And Anonymous, thank you for 200 bits. T1 assemblers. They don't indeed. Correct. Good spot. So not only do we improve something, well, we did actually improve it. Yes. Does it change anything? Yes, it does. Because then it seems awful to do it this way. Like, that is clearly a better build. A generous bestowal. Yeah. Thank you, Shen, for the 500 bits. Yeah. Okay, so this now this is actually turning into a much nicer build. Not much nicer, but definitely nicer. Yeah. Okay. And then we actually need to set up the values for all of these constraints, but first go from here to here. There. Right. This should be enabled based on u being greater than 0. Is it? No. This one should, these two should actually be looking at this box. Yeah. I can then do this. Or I can... Yeah, so you just work until this box has a little bit in it. It does mean that there's a chance that if I have some Mark 1s and then I delete and then there's no room for this because it's already there. So this is not... I really don't like... The point of these is that we don't constrain it like this. So maybe it has to be something like this, which is... Yeah, no, a big no. Which means I don't need this constraint here, because when I don't have the Mark II available yet, then I'm just going to make 50 in a box. Done. When I research this after I launch the first rockets, then it automatically starts working. I think it's a big no. This I don't like. Okay, yeah. All right. There are bad solutions for everything. The reason why I did not want to wire these up directly is that then I have to you have to, when using this blueprint, you have to go in, and if you wanted something different, you have to edit it in 4 different inserters or 16 different inserters. That's clunky at best. Then I could, of course, make it over here and then control it. So there, but it just doesn't, like, how important is it? Like, there's disadvantages with all of it. It gets a little bit too complicated. So this has to work before I research tier 2, and then it has to put something into a box. The way it's doing now, it's make 50 here, 50 here, and then that's it. I like that. If the disadvantage of that is, let's say that I now have put Mark 1 modules in all of these, and then I research tier 2, and then I upgrade all of this to tier 2. Then all the tier 1s will have to go somewhere, and that somewhere should be into this box. But if I constrain this box, then there's no room for stuff to be put in there as a storage box, and then I lose that. That it'll be delivered to another box when you have a yellow box with a filter. I think having a wire is enough. Yeah, having a wire is enough. Having a wire works, but having a wire makes it annoying to administrate, because that means if you want to change it, you have to change it. Say if I say 50 and you would say, no, I want 100 of those, then you have to edit it 4 different places for each of the modules, and I don't like that. Or otherwise I'd have to put this back in here, and then use this as an enabler. But that's not, then again, it's in the storage network, and that's not what I want. Having a global wire from the logistics storage, like I do here. There is a chance that the blue circuits, tier 1 circuits, will end up in another storage chests. They shouldn't, but there is a chance, and if they do, then it sucks. And there's also the part that I could have a point where I have 49 in here, and then this is working, but this is not working. Couldn't it? I don't know. No, probably not. Oh, hype chain incoming. Well, that sucks. The 7 gift subs from Socksucks didn't trigger a train, and now another train comes in. Too bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, level 1, 0%. Damn. Oh. 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 How the hell does that trigger the one? What the hell are you doing? Ah, why is everything like that? Anonymous, thank you for the 10 glorious gift subs. Nice. Wow. Completing the level 1. Alright, so you got level 1 done. Who will take number 2? And then it gets worse the longer you wait. What about making the constraint related to Mark 2? Yeah, no. Don't know what I would want to do that. I think we'll go with this one. This should work. You can hear the confidence, right? Checking everything. Had random 35% off gifted subs. Oh yeah, that's true. There is actually for a couple of days more. There's actually gifted subs discount. That's true. Use it or not. And this one is the only one that's actually correct. Okay, so now we get up to the... these ones are already done. Oh, we don't have concrete. Why do we not have concrete? That's... Did that change or what?
More shall gather.
Diamond, thank you
More
for the
shall
20
enter the
gift subs. Look at
fray.
that. So you got level 20, level 2. So, all right, perfect. So who's going to take level 3? I guess that's 30 gift subs to get level 3. I guess this is how we do it today. Or how much? Oh, it's 17 subs to complete level 3. All right, so someone's on level 3 and then we'll go on, I guess. You, thank you for the tier 3 for 44 months. Oof, I love seeing that
Welcome home.
from just a single sub because it's a level 3 sub. Sweet. Does this look good? That is annoying, this part. I think it just looks a little bit less awful if I disconnect these.
A generous bestowal.
Yeah. There you go. And Shen trying again with the 500 bits. Thank you. Ooh, Samagod, thank you for the 12 gift subs. And that's level 3. All right.
More
Are we
shall
going to go
gather.
to bed
More
late
shall
today?
enter the fray.
Can you use a constant combinator to put a signal into the logistics network and then do the constraint wireless? Can you do a combinator to put a signal into the logistics network? Not into the logistics network, but I can do it to sort of when I pull it out of the logistics network. I can't put it into the logistics network.
More
That doesn't
shall
work.
gather.
And
More
Draco
shall
Falcone,
enter
thank you
the
for
fray.
10 gift subs. Okay, so I guess now is this is the one that is our best chance today. And is this getting in here? Yeah, yeah.
More shall gather. More shall enter the
I can't do
fray.
it. Ooh, Mark, thank you for 30 gift subs. Oh, that's so glorious. Thank you so much. You took the next level. That was level 4 completed now. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's some big piles here, and it's actually coming in on the it's not the last day of the month. Tomorrow's the last day of the month. So yeah, final chance. And obviously we're also going to run out of electric engines. So if anyone is new around here, then if we get to level
Our
5, then I add an
illustrious
extra
champion
hour of streaming
returns.
today.
Welcome
20 hours left.
home.
Sweet. Non-linear genetics, thank you for the 10 months, 1 metric year. And Samagot, thank you for another gift
Our
sub.
modest fellowship expands.
This is 20 rocket silos.
Praise the sub.
It's just convenient to launch many rockets at once. That's the reason why we have it. Speeds up shipbuilding. Yes, or speeds up the transfer to that at least. Let's see. Let's see. Cities. Yeah, see this updated. There, and then we close off the base like that. And then it's kind of completed, isn't it? Of course, we'll still have to get like the oil in here. There is one thing that I have been thinking about is like, where do I get coal inbound? And I know someone has been saying it a lot of time. Wow, you apparently can accidentally gift a sub when typing in a wrong place, but it's fine. What do you mean by typing in the wrong place? Typing the wrong place? This new base footprint is so small. Yes, it is. It's really small. Like this is 1, 2, 3.5 city blocks wide, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 city blocks high. No walls or defenses. Honestly, no. I do know that I have to do that, but it's... You really don't need a lot. And I do have a problem with it, though. Ooh, Nicholas Crawford, thank you for the 10 gifts ups. All right, so getting in here with towards the objective, 2 minutes left, and we're 55% towards the next level. So this is the least efficient city block. Is there something we want to have here that we don't have? And something we would be like, not in a chat functionality. It triggered some shortcut and space worked as a click. Oh, interesting. Good thing it was only 1 and not 100 then. Late game battle bar farm. Yeah, that's something we do, but later on, right? That doesn't fit in here now. Ooh, there we go, Mark. Amazing. Thank you so much. 28 subs. Wow. It does everything it needs to. Yeah, it's just that it could do more. Like if it wanted to, it could do more. All right, so let's articulate something about the coal. What the hell are we going to do about coal? Because we need it inbound. And like, obviously we could do like this and then say, hey, there we go. It just comes in like that. Just coal comes in. I guess that's the least awful option. Or it could come out from that side, depending on which side just makes the most sense for just your base. But, oh man, I also dislike it a lot. Because if there was somewhere I could bring it in, that would be lovely, but there is no place I can bring it in because this belt here is not going to be enough. How much coal do we actually need up here? This needs, okay, 14 coal, that's not much. So we need 14 coal plus, oh yeah, let's actually do this and just look at the coal. So this is one belt of coal inbound and then another belt for all of this, all these furnaces, I guess. And I'm just running coal trains. I don't know. Coal train should be at the start of the bus. Yes, but it's just more like... It also depends on where you get it in. Because there's also the point that from a train perspective, it would be lovely to do something like this.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army. Subscriber.
And then this is how you get it inbound. And then similarly.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Ooh, Siberian, thank you for the 20 gift subs. It's very rare that we get gift subs after hours, after reaching the objective.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
An offshoot in the oil unloading area to unload 2 lanes of coal.
Come, steel yourself.
Oh, we haven't even done an oil unloader yet here. J Brothers, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Sweet. Someone's pushing for 2 extra hours. Oh yes. Oh, Mark, you certainly got us to 1 extra hour. I was just thinking, oh, maybe I'll just watch an episode of something after the stream ends, but nope. Luckily, my son is biking to school, so I just have to get him up and kick him out the door.
A new subscriber. Come, steal
so
yourself.
I would say that this, for me, would be the perfect location from a train perspective to get it inbound, but that would sort of, I can't exactly sneak it by here and get 2 lanes of coal out here, one that goes up and one that goes down and then sort of spreads into these. So that's not really working.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
He only lost for 1 extra hour. Don't know why you've heard that, because we've had many, many hours. We've been up to 4 o'clock, so yeah.
It fills you with
Sneak throw coal through the oil block. It can almost be done, but I don't know how though. It feels like it can almost be done.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
It would have to be something like this. but yet
Come,
almost,
steel
right?
yourself. We are
I also
building
really
an
dislike that,
army.
where it's like, oh, here we go.
A new
60 seconds left
subscriber.
for
Come,
we got
steel
halfway through
yourself.
this.
We are building an army.
Yeah, obviously there's space here, but that's also kind of used, so I would need to do kind of a
New subscriber
radical
arrives.
restructuring of this.
It fills you with determination.
Where are the water pipes? The water pipes are coming from here. And then you can bring it in from wherever your water is.
A new subscriber
Autumn Apollo,
arrives.
thank you for the
It
6
fills
months.
you with determination.
So it would kind of have to be down here.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Yeah, Silver Tech, yeah, move it one further. Yeah, sure. But it's, remember, we also have to be, we are constrained by
Steel yourself. We are building an army.
by space available. And maybe your coal will actually just come up here, and then that's where you bring it in. I don't know. Depends. And the Luber, thank you for the prime. And we got to a level 5. Thank you very much, everyone. And that's Mark, who carried the heaviest load on this train, but many people joined. That was so amazing.
More shall enter the fray.
Smaller station. There's no such thing as a smaller station. If there was a smaller station, I would be using that. This station is the size that it should be, and I don't want to do like a awful hack.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
So of course I could make it down here if I wanted to, but it's an option for sure. It's the least bad option.
Of our endeavors proliferate.
It could also be the same place I built oil, for example. So oil would not come in here, but oil could come in and be sent up on the bus, for example. Maybe I would even sort of argue for that. Like this.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home. A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army. Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
So if I did this, then I could say coal comes in from one side and oil comes in from the other side. Then it goes up and in. Then I don't have this location, and I think that's nicer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had to change it. Yeah. This is kind of a design, I guess. This will be oil and this will be coal. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Nope, these have to be smaller because they have to be starting with yellows. Kind of need to split it into 3. 1, 2, and 3. No waiting base. Stacker. It's called a stacker. And that's it. Or it's a queue. It's actually not a stacker. Stacker, they're parallel. This is a queue. There's one in here, and there's 1, 2 additional locations to wait. So this one can be, technically could be set to 3, but I don't want to set it to more than 2. And this one should also be changed to coal. There. Funny to use wooden power poles and roboports, but I want the roboports down here. Then this setup should be fixed as well. I don't know. It feels stupid to not do this immediately. Four, 2, 3. What does that look like? Ah. That sucks, right? That sucks. Or we just do this. Because why not? No one says it has to be in the middle. I mean, yes, I do, but aside from me, no one says it has to be in the middle. Whoops. And yeah. Whoops. Oh. I'm kind of feeling that this should be moved 1 over. All the way up. Like all the way up. Yeah. Here's also a weird thing. There would not be anything wrong with it moving 1 over. Ah, they are actually. Doesn't matter. It moves 1 over. Oops. next. And this is like the smallest of impactful things that I do this for. Whether that sneaks around the corner or not, I don't know, but this is kind of where it's at. These also need to be put in a different place where there's more room for it, and then they need to eventually be updated to whatever they are going to be.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
Lanny, thank you for the 10 months. Another month. How time flies. It does. A 4x4 and leave one unused. Yeah, it's also a totally viable option. And that's now connected. It has to connect somehow with these belts. And then I need to make a train. Shouldn't this one be like that? Wouldn't that make more sense? I think so. Okay. That's better. And then this one will be changed into being a liquid unloader for oil.
A new subscriber arrives. Ooh. It fills you with determination.
Von Arum, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Just always trying to figure out if there's a missing capitalization in those. It's always my nemesis, is the lack of capitalization. Oops, not that. Oil inbound. Not water, oil. Good. So what would the oil look like, the unloader? Oh, here's the thing. We don't actually have to make these next to it. So, but maybe I do anyway. And this would unload at, this would not unload correctly because they have to have a little bit of space. Like this should unload correctly. The funny thing about this is like, how do we really have to do this when there are no buses? No, we shouldn't. Not this part. Here in between, we can just have maximum distance. Yeah. And this one as well. And there. So, delete oil. And it's not too long, it's 229. Okay. And we get a locomotive again. Yeah. Speed the primary design goal for the unloader. Not really. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know what the objective is. I also think that it would be better to take this down here. At least this one will unload with 240 per second, which definitely should be enough. I think I like this better. And this should also have enough for a full train. But I might want more. Yeah, coal fuel boat for oil train. Yes, that's kind of the next thing, is just figuring out these things here. I hate using coal here for trains, but I don't see any other way. Oh, look at that. This is why I should use the 4-1 for here. I should use No, it is apparently completely flush against us. And then I don't know how to do the last one here. If I should do that. Looks odd, doesn't it? Mr. Spear, why are we doing two-sided unloading for trains now? Because they unload so damn slow. With yellow, with blue. You're also welcome to just do single. I don't have, I don't think I would say I'd have strong opinions on it. Mm-hmm. One, two, three. Like this. Yep. Then it's even. We also have to think about it as this is coming in very early, in potentially very early, and therefore we have to just cater for it somehow. Right? And oh right, there's no roboports out in the corners. That's why they are. And also these are not powered, so. Let's see. Around the bus, they are on. No. Yeah. And that should get us Oh, right. This one is projecting out here. So the fact that we don't have any of these locations is the problem. All right. I'm going to put these here. Not because I want to, but because I have to. No, I'm not. I'm going to use this one. It's very delicate of where we're going to use, like, oh, that's interesting. Like, this doesn't make any sense, to be honest. And here, like, the only thing that we are going to get in, or where we're going to be using these ones, is in the corners for the smelting columns. Everything else will be that build. And I think I just want to put those in here. Because it kind of feels silly to run around with those power poles. And also, like, this part. Like, there's no way that by the time we build trains, we're going to be running around with these still. So, yeah. Does that make sense? Are we in agreement on this? Yeah, and I hope we are. And that one also connects now. Perfect. This one obviously doesn't connect here, but that's less of an issue because this is a separate build here. There. Then also take out the intermediates as well. No big power poles. No, I don't want to be using the big power poles. They don't really fit very well here. Hmm? Ah, right, like this. What really fits well is this one. Because that fits exactly. Yeah. We won't be building all of this infrastructure until we have these power poles anyway, so it kind of feels a little bit redundant or irrelevant or something. Yeah, and there. Okay. Roboport coverage, perfect. You're a little bit weird, aren't you? What are you doing out here? There we go. Just kind of making it all completely crisp. Spammy yummy, welcome. Uranium train plus processing. Nope, it couldn't. Well, I mean, it could, but I'm not planning on doing that. Which is, maybe it should. Maybe it should have the capability to do that. And yes, you can just build it up here if you want something like that. It does have some notable problems. Is solar sufficient to sustain the space? Yes. So I switched off all of the magical power makers, so it's running on that. Uranium for killing worms when you get to volcanoes. That's actually not what I intend to do. We'll be making explosive. Oh, will we make explosives on volcanoes? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're not going to be bringing it over. We're going to make explosives on volcanoes. Yeah, because it's expensive, or it's expensive to move over, and uranium ammo against worms on volcanoes is an easy solution, but you end up just paying a lot to transport over a lot of uranium, and you put it into turrets with this turret blueprint trick, and then the worm rolls over a few turrets, and then you lost a couple of hundred, and that's like, yeah. So I would rather be killing worms with a tank and some piercing rounds. When is the replay planned or not unknown as of yet? It's not planned, and it will be a long time because it's. I really want to sort of build the base all the way through so that we have this working. Piercing rounds is easy to make on volcanoes, so we can do that there. Oh, I forgot my 11 o'clock break, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yeah, so piercing rounds are easy to make on volcanoes. And explosives are, so and so. The reason why they're not great is because they need, oh, right here, they need sulfur, and sulfur kind of sucks to make it from, sulfur processing comes from water and petroleum gas, which means you have to go from coal to coal liquefaction to reprocessing to petroleum to sulfur, but because you can't go from sulfuric acid to sulfur, you can only go from sulfur to sulfuric acid. What about uranium for ships power to Aquilo? Yeah, that's the thing is it will eventually be needing for uranium, and the hub is also made ready for uranium, and this is kind of what I'm. Plus, the Jeff has made this really awesome blueprint. That's a little bit of a shame that we're not using for something like this one. Ooh, let's build it down here. Boom. This one's super amazing. Absolutely ridiculously amazing. So, except it kind of can't use the corners, but yeah, okay. Let's let's not nitpick. A lot of person web captures. Yeah, I couldn't really do it. I tried making it work, and I couldn't really see how it works. And I'm sure that if speedrunners can make it work, that doesn't mean that it's the best way for someone who is dedicated, not a speedrunner. So for me, I think there's a ease of killing them. You are basically, my plan is the first couple we need, so we get access to the first bit of whatever titanium, is going to be with just turret spam and piercing ammo, maybe. Or it could be the alternative, which is much easier, is go in a tank, get some piercing, they're not called piercing, they're called something. These ones. No, this one. Cannon shells. They work fine. Like, these work much better. No, actually, it wasn't it. I used the uranium cannon shells. Yeah. Maybe we should make a uranium block up here, which is really optional. Which means that I could get like a train in here and then build a block here that would make the stuff. Take the uranium, process it, also make it into uranium ammo and maybe uranium turrets. I want to get it on this side, but I don't think that's smart. I think it's better to put it on this side. What would I include in this block? Okay, there's another thing that's on my mind that I'm not. Uranium only after Covarex, and it is space science. What? Uranium only after Covarex? No. Yes, I would say that. I think that's the safest way to assume that you only do it after Covarex. However, it's not necessary. I did calculations back in the days. You don't really need it, especially not for sort of powering this. But then again, on the other hand, do you really need anything except solar on Novice for this little small base? I don't think so. Yeah. So what is it we would want to start mining uranium and processing it, and then be ready to add Covarex to the build when we have it. No flamethrowers being made in the space, and all defense is 50. This is 50. Yes. So we don't. This is the part exactly. This is the other thing that I'm thinking that there's some kind of correlation or some kind of something that I'm not really doing right, because this base is good, but it is not a safe base. This is basically a there are no biters base, and that's a little bit of an assumption. And sure, we're going to be using solar panels and blah blah blah, but it's still going to be attacked. So if it's going to be attacked, what are we going to do about it? Usually, it would not be a problem. I would just stamp a blueprint that is basically a wall and turrets and then a belt of ammo. The problem is we do not in this base have a belt of ammo. And worse yet, we can't make it. So what are we going to do? No cliff base is not really a problem. I have deleted cliffs in this base, but the cliffs were up here, and then it was just a random seed. So this base is so small that it fits within the area that you most likely have available without without worrying about cliffs. And certainly, if there are cliffs here, then you can work around it. But they won't. It's easy to find a space that you have this available without cliffs being involved, because it is, yeah, it's 3.5 city block by 4 city blocks, which is not much compared to my base in the book, which was 8 city blocks, I guess. So this is much smaller. If you do laser defense, it would make nuclear power a reason to exist. Absolutely. But it's also yeah, so the thing is with laser defense is that that's great, but what are you going to do until you have laser defense? Is landmine defense viable? Speedrunners say so. Yeah, 3.5 by 5. Yeah, but I'm only counting it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the normal ones. So that's 4.5. Yeah. Oil flamers, definitely not. There's not enough oil on the map, and I don't want to waste it on the flamers. And there is no need for making out flamers. So flamers are great because they handle a lot of inbound, but they can't stand on their own. Since solar power uses a lot of green circuits to build that many blocks, it would delay rockets a lot. On that thought, would it be better to jump from 40 coal boilers to nuclear? No. This, for me, it's not gonna be, oh no, I can't build it. I'm sitting here and waiting for solar panels. It's not gonna be solar panels I'm missing. I'm gonna wait for. It's gonna be something else. Don't know what, but it's not gonna be solar panels. And I'd also really prefer that. Prefer having solar panels whenever possible. So and 40 coal boilers into nuclear. I really dislike that way of doing it, because I am powering all of this with coal, and once that's now that we're powering this with coal, then we're actually going to be consuming quite a bit of coal, and then suddenly you have a full red belt extra that you're consuming in the beginning for just for power. Oof, don't like it. Everyone to each their own. I really want to get rid of that power. Also, it's a lot of pollution, which means more attacks, which means more defense, which means, and so on and so forth. To at least test this in the next playthrough or something to see how it works in practice. I feel you could build this in a single stream if done efficiently. Ha! You think so? You think I could build this in a single stream? God damn, you are overestimating my my speed. Damn. Seriously? I mean, I would rather say maybe you can build it in this in an evening. Because I sure as hell couldn't build this in an evening. So this will take way more than 5. Yeah, absolutely, way more. Because this is also something that, if I look at my previous base that's been running for 250 hours, then this would be all I needed anyway. I've been building robots. Of course I'm building drones. There. All right. So anyway, we still have the question of how are we going to solve our base defense? What I'm leaning towards is making a blueprint that fits out here, or maybe out here, probably safer. But the problem is, what are we going to feed it? I do not know. I do know. The answer, of course, is it's going to be fed with piercing rounds. I am not producing piercing rounds. And even if I was producing piercing rounds, then I couldn't get the piercing rounds out into here, because I kind of boxed myself in with this. The only thing I could think of was that I could actually use this little space to make piercing rounds. On the Solar City block, there's not much room on the Solar City. Well, no. I need something for uranium, which is a train and a block. And then the nuclear power plant could be over here. And it would be like, yay, that looks nice. Definitely not a military hub. Military hub is way overdone. Because what is it we want a military hub for? I don't want to export that by rockets because it's really inefficient. Moving the nuclear block to the bottom left and slamming another steel block to the right. Nuclear only needs iron, coal, petroleum after all. Moving the nuclear block to the bottom left, like here. Another steel block. Oh, right there, and then another steel block here. But I'm still sort of lacking some inputs. But it is true that this is wasting. This has a completely empty space here that isn't used for anything. It feels wrong. It feels wasteful. Archelag, thank you for the 47 months.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah, I don't want to make rockets. I want to make, well, I actually think I want to make these cannon shells, because they're only exporting 25 per rocket. But sure, let's put 8 rockets, and then I'd have 200 of those, and then I don't care. That should be plenty to kill anything, right? Any of the small worms. And Swimmer, thank you for the 64 months. So I want in the uranium block, I want to make these. I don't want to make uranium rounds because I don't think I have a need for it. And I don't have a need for them on Novice, and I don't have a need for them. Well, maybe I do have a need for them. If I'm making piercing rounds, then I should also make this. I explored 200 and cleaned out 4 small worms with 45 left, including losing a tank one. Yes, that's also what I'm thinking. It's like, okay, done. Waste 8 rockets on transporting that over. However, it's also tempting to say to replace my normal ammo with uranium ammo. I'm thinking whether we are overdoing something. Like right now, this base should work. Should, right? I don't know about launching rockets though, to be honest. I don't know if that actually is feasible with this one, and because they do need quite a lot of power. 10 megawatts each. So we can't really see what the peak power consumption is because it's not really using anything. Or can we? There we go. Okay, it's nighttime. Oh yeah, these ones are. Oh, we didn't do this correctly. Oh, that's. Well, good news. There you go. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's the power like now? Oof, there's some. Okay, is it morning or is this just all it can do? And this is, of course, the worst case because I need to recharge all my roboports. $2,500 times 60 divided by 1,000. 150. So it peaks, maxes out at 150 megawatt. Do we think 150 megawatt is enough? Why are we saying 385? It's nowhere enough. I don't know, because you will never be in a situation where every single roboport is going to be needing to recharge its batteries at once. And then here we go, right? Now it goes up to 150. So right now it's enough. It was just, it had to load up all of the roboports. If you look at this one, once the roboports are loaded, then it's not so much. Yeah, so once you get the roboports loaded, then it's more interesting to see if the base is. Oh, right, it's not working because I lost all my trains. I'm an idiot. All my magical trains. Yeah, and So that takes a little bit of time for us to pass through because it also needs the coal inbound, and that takes some time. So all good. Yep. But these. So we're starting to see a little bit come up here, but of course the coal coming in here is going to take forever. But at least something is is working here a little bit. And all the rock silos will be pulling 200 when crafting, right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think we need to consider roboports in or nuclear power in this. Or coal power. We can also make this into the coal power build, right? It's easy enough. All the nuclear stuff is yellow signs. You mean like, oh yeah, this one? Yes, that's true. So we don't have that. Yeah. Ah, okay. So we have to kill biters without. Okay. But this one, fluids, uranium processing, uranium power, nuclear power, good. But then that's it. We can get up to nuclear power, but that's it.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you
Robstar,
with
thank you for the
determination.
tier 1. I mean, there's also the part that this is the base, but there's no way that I would, like, if I'm not getting stuff from up here, then I would probably just get stuff from wherever, right? It's just that I like the idea that, okay, we have like a roundabout around the base, but most likely it'll be getting in maybe from here or something like we did in the other base, right? So, Corex is base science, is it? It is actually. Oh, wow, Corex is base science. That's weird. Okay. So that means if we don't want to use it for attacks, then it's actually easily accessible. We are also having other stuff here that's using white signs, like this is white signs. So this base is going to be like, okay, we're getting a little bit of white signs, good, but not purple signs, not yellow signs. You can start with correct. You can also start it without. But I'm just thinking, right? I'm thinking about how are we going to do defenses in the beginning and how are we going to do defenses later on. I think that I'm going to use this space here, or maybe this space, to make a little bit of ammo production, which we will then sneak out, maybe down here, and then get out into a wall around the base, which is going to be look like whatever it's going to look like. We don't know, but stuff like this will be up here. There are 3 inputs here. I think this is a better build. Not completely great, but it's something. Will you continue making builds for volcanoes and other planets for Masterclass with the new grid? Yes, that's the intention. Okay. So order the oh, funny. No, does not work. Basically be input, input, out, out. And then this is only going to be one-sided. And this will be double-sided, or what? This doesn't feel great. And then that would be like steel plus... And then there would be iron here. And then it would be copper on the lower side of this. Only on the lower side. There, yep. Feels weird that the highest quantity is not on the belt alone. Also, this doesn't need to be... Okay, yeah, that's incorrect. This flows better. This looks better as well. That it's the product that is, yeah. And then the question is, what the hell are we going to do about this? I'm guessing something like, and then the idea would be where to put the defense grid. I would actually put it inside this city block here, not outside the city block. Check on energy. Yes, that's a good point. Maximum consumption has been 90. And obviously a lot of stuff is just not really working. Because steel and concrete is also something that runs really slowly. But we would never really be in a position where we'd have to load up the entire belt, load up everything at once. So, and the whole hub is also just not really working. So if you look at this, there's still like a lot of stuff that still needs to be built. Anyway, put it inside the biters so they can, yes, of course, so they can get in closer. I mean, also the concrete is mainly for delineation. I mean, am I gonna be putting concrete everywhere? Probably yes, but should you do it? Probably no. So it could also be here, but then it gets a little bit. I think this is probably where I could say where's the closest I could make it. This part, and it also has to go clockwise because otherwise I go insane. Can't have that. This would be the closest I could reasonably say that I would want to have a belt. Because then I can also get it in like this. I could get it in like this and a splitter. Yeah, but I'm not going to have splitters. I'm going to do this and then load it in from the side and let it flow all the way around and filling it up. Yep. Okay. I don't know if this is a bad idea. What about miners? What about them? They'll be somewhere out in the world. And yes, yeah, you got a good point. I shouldn't be making it oops like this. I should be making it generic, which means I should be making it in a fresh city block there. And then basically say, okay, I can expect to have power in the corners. Expect to have power in the corners, he said. There. Go. The defense perimeter should be on the outside of the block so the robot port inside can block stuff. Yes, you're absolutely right. So it can be, and I still want to say this is the maximum, the closest I want it. And this can just be a yellow belt because cheap. Let's actually make it as a yellow belt. So, okay. This is going to be our block that we designed for. Yeah, I don't mind blocking this one off. I'm not building the gates, so should I be making gates here? No, I never use the gates. And it's not a walking path, so yeah. Turrets. That's too many. That's good. Yes, I guess there's no other way to do this, or no other sane way of doing this. It's gonna be so boring, but it also kind of has to be boring because I have to manually build it, so probably a good idea for this to be a very boring build. Yeah. And then the only thing we also need is a corner, so one is always a little bit more vulnerable, so I think this is a good way of making a corner. And if we really wanted to, we could put a radar in the corner as well. Boom. That actually fits. It's going to be super vulnerable, but it will reach as far out as possible. It's a wall. It is a wall then. It is indeed a wall. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than this. Gate for trains? No. I generally build the walls outside. Make it a rail radar. How the fuck am I gonna get a rail radar? I am not gonna make a. If you have a rail radar, you can upgrade it, but I don't want to make a blueprint that uses wooden power poles and yellow belts, and then assume that you have rare quality radars lying around. No, because this is something that we're probably going to build pretty early. As soon as you need it, you stamp down this one around it, and then it can be pushed out. Aren't the spitters going to destroy all the bots that try to repair the wall, with Roboport being that close to the wall? Why would the distance from the Roboport to the wall make a difference for where the robots are going to be killed? If there's a robot here and there's a biter shooting at it, it's going to be killed no matter where the Roboport is. I don't get why that would make a difference. Funny thing is, this actually isn't necessary. Okay, it is. If the robot is farther away, they don't arrive until the splitter is already dead, I think. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no, that doesn't make a difference. No. You want to have the roboports here, and ideally you'd want to have them as close as possible. At least that's what I would want. Tiles? Do I get tiles in this? It feels weird to have tiles. It also feels weird not to have tiles. I don't know what to do. Like that. And should I have the roboports here? Yes, I'll have the roboports because they will just be ghosts until I actually have the roboports. 50, 50, grid position, 3, 3, offset 25, 25. I'm getting good at this. Look at that. Yay. I work. Oh, I also put it down somewhere. Let's put it into the general here. This is even more silly. Very important. And then,
Tales of our
Von Arm,
endeavors
thank you so
proliferate.
much. Just need to take my break now. Not that this was a reminder, but I do need to take a break. 3 and 3 and 25 and 25. All right, blueprint is done, and that goes in here. Now it's at L because that's a corner. See if it works. It does not work quite. Oh, 3. There you go. Sweet. They have a corner icon. Ooh, sexy. Like that. And a pistol. I guess that's a corner icon. And then this one can then be a straight line icon. Wonder if that makes sense. Probably. Maybe. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah. Yay. And that's, oh. That's actually a really simple blueprint. I really like that. It's very simple. And then when we want to, if we want to punch through this, then we do it. And then, of course, as usual, it takes forever for this to fill up, but hey, it works. Cool. Taking a short break. Be back in 2 minutes, and then for the bonus hour. Be back in a bit. Okay. Yes. Still have a science belt cut off. I do indeed. Thank you. What do we think of this? The first thing I think about it is it should be down here. Because then it looks slightly less awful. Oh, damn. I'm sure I can combine steel and copper, but no matter what, I'm gonna need an extra lane anywhere, right? Move the balance down? Yes, absolutely. Makes it a little bit better. Still doesn't really fix the other issue. Now this one wants to be one up. This one also wants to be one up. So I'm kind of like, okay, bring it one up then. That would work, and this would work. No, it does not. Like that. I have to only put it on the one side. That just bothers me that it's not clean. I think that looks better. Yeah, that's better. And then that's copper we need on this lane here. I think this is fine, and it looks better now. Instead of having just like, it's just a kink. It's bad. The kinks are bad. You heard it here first. Kinks are bad. We are completely vanilla, no kinks here, and yeah. But this looks better. This is a turn and a turn. That's better than a kink. Kink shaming again. It's what we do. Gates for trains. Nope. I don't have gates for trains. I don't have any trains that need to go through. I don't know if this is where they got to go through. If I need this train to go through here, then I'll just be like, blup. There. There. Like that. Don't need to have gates for this. So little goes through. You can, if you want to. I don't want to. This is just an example. No reason to have it here. It could also be here that you have it, or here, anywhere you want it. Wherever it fits. And wherever you have sort of a line where you go, okay, here I can draw a line out, and then I can hook things up to the line. And I would also build this defensive perimeter. I would also build that around everything else. Okay, are we getting anything on this belt? A little bit, tiny bit. So what do we like? Do we like about this one? I mean, it's built at the right time. We built all of this power. Then depending on whether you need it, you can build this thing here. It does feel wrong. Like I dislike it. I fundamentally dislike having something here and then also here, where this one is idle. It works brilliantly under normal conditions, where I'm basically saying all the stuff that gets built here, either it goes into, or first priority is, well, anyway, it goes into here and then also out on the bus, because these 5 would be happy to go out and just fill up the belt. Assemblers are cheap, yeah, but it's more the space part. It's more about sort of, we design this to be space efficient, and then we just pack this one nightly in here and then go, oh, here's another example of exactly the same thing. I just built it here because blah. And there is no way of grabbing this one out. Well, that's a horrible power network, isn't it? Yep, that's not cleaned up. Hopefully that's not in the blueprint. I thought I fixed it in the blueprint, didn't I? Yes, it looks better here. Some diamonds, but not so much. Red sign's broken. Red sign seems a little bit broken, yeah. That's because this belt is coming out on both sides. Right? No, it should be on the other side. Huh? Right-hand side in the direction of travel. So this one puts it on the lower side. That means I should only have this on the top side of the belt. Yeah, when I built it, I forgot that. Pick up stuff. There you go. If I could move all of this one tile up, then I could earn an extra space here, so that I could basically have, if this was like that, I'd have there, right? Then I would do this so that I would also be putting out on the belt. That would be much nicer, actually. But would it be possible to compress this by 1, or would we just accept that it uses the one that's closest? Because it's not the end of the world if it does, but it's also just, it'd be nice if it didn't. Does you have to give some love? Thank you for all your videos. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Power is okay. Only here 78, 80, 1. You'd need more yellow ammo. Yeah, sure. But that's again. That is something I actually looked at previously and was sort of looking at it, go like, yeah, it's not impossible to do. Then it would be something like this, for example, right? But I guess it would be worthwhile to do that. Like this, and then of course we have to fix everything out here. Yeah, I think. That's weird. Oh, it goes in on the top side. Except it doesn't, because this is full of the junk that was put in there before. Okay. That would now entail that we now have an output here. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, though. It's still... Like, I can just drag it straight through, and I think that's going to be just a little bit demonstrative, but just saying, like... There. Alright, do we like this better? It has one significant problem, and that's the fact that it is changing a already released design. Go the other way, red ammo on the bus. Sure, but where do we then take it out of the bus? Up? Yes, sure. There's plenty of room on the bus, that's for sure, but... okay, I like the idea of putting it back on the bus. Where would it be? It would be on this one, right? This is a good place. Yeah. All the way down. All the way down. Ooh, you're innovative. Backwards bus. Backwards busing. All right, I am going to try it. This one, I think. No, because that's a... Oops. You guys remember when I moved the coal not long ago? I wish I hadn't. Don't know if this is a sustainable way of doing it, because it's a really long belt just to get out somewhere. You want to get it out there as close as possible, but ultimately... See, that's funny, how it doesn't replace it when you have stuff in the inventory anyway. Oh. Because I dislike this one, and I dislike the other one, where it moves through this area here. And then there's just a little bit, a trickle through, because also this one is still building up a little bit. And they're a little bit faster than they need to, and this one will also stop consuming at some point when it's full. And then more will flow out in the belt, and this is one of those things where eventually it'll be fine. Ammo all the way down, feels waste for resource enough. Need I just sleep on it. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole point is that there will be, the entire base will contain a buffer. And there's also a really good argument that you don't want to put these rows up here. Actually, we do need to change this, because this is where we want to put the uranium. So there's going to be some kind of change here anyway. And if it was going out here, it could also go up instead, which kind of would be the same distance. But I do think I like it better than what I built here. A big experiment. Oops, not these two. Working creative makes things so simple, it's sometimes hard to get back to normal. Yes, it is. This is also why I don't want to build like this, like mixing it. But it's going to be like, okay, now we start a new playthrough, and I stamp down a blueprint, and I work, and get attacked by biters, get distracted by something, come back and figure out I want to be a little bit more of this, or some kind of things. And then we'll sort of progress towards this base, I hope. Converge. Not progress, but converge towards it. Now I'm killing more solar panels, but that's the... Because, why am I not using the big power poles? Because the big power poles don't really fit very well here. And I do want to have... And if I was using the big power poles, they would not fit in the corners here. Because most of my builds are really close packed around the corners, so... Don't really have space to put them out here. Therefore, I put the small ones, and the small ones connect into the grid in here. And then it's just a few rare locations where I will need to sort of bridge it across. And then I could use the big ones, but I also could use not the big ones because I already have the small ones right here. So, yeah. Plastic is underscaled. Yes, plastic is very underscaled. It always is. But I'm also unable to even get enough of this. You see here. So, petroleum gas, and I am unable to get more petroleum gas. Getting 320 from a starter base is actually quite significant. And sure, when we get a little bit further, we can throw some productivity modules in somewhere. But oil is always a big problem in the beginning. It really is. So, and also, if we look at the bus or the hub here, is consuming a lot of red circuits and continuously a lot of red circuits. That's a goddamn awful amount of wires here. Whew. Okay. Wow. This is spiderweb. This one, for example. Yay! Goodbye, red circuits. How little did we know you? It's still eating this, even though it's... but soon, it already has 4 out here, which means that's what it wants. And then it starts to go to 100. And then after that, it'll start stacking up. And then it won't be consuming such a silly amount. Solar blocks next to science. Yes, that's true. Good, thank you. There was I was thinking there were 2 that I'd broken, but alas, we're getting a little bit out here, and it's just chugging along. We got all of it over here. Okay, now I guess we should work on uranium power or uranium unload. What do we? Let's start by figuring out what do we want in here. Since Coverx is possible with this, I do want it here as well. You moved ammo production. No, I didn't. I integrated ammo production in here. It's in here. It was intended that I remove this ammo production. All right, that's what we just did. If we look at this part, plastic, I'm building 28 plastic, so it's a full belt. I can't get more from this mediocre little base, which is also, again, why we want to get over to another planet where everything is better. So even if we could max out this part, yeah, we're also still using a lot of petroleum for sulfur. So, yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to fill up buffers for from when we restarted the entire base. Good. All right. Are we sure that all the science assemblers are going to always have enough ammo? No. But that's not a problem, in my opinion, because not everything, or it's not every tech that will use military science. So a lot of the tech will not use military science, and right now it only gets 2/3 of what it wants. So if we look at this part here, it is producing 0.25, and out of the 20.25, 2/3 of it, which is 0.16, is actually going in. So yeah, it actually should have enough. I was not expecting it, but yes, it does have enough. Thus far, I haven't launched an ore using blue chips, but I have it all built. I haven't had an issue with oil products. Oh, cool. Awesome. Could you add a buffer for the military? I do have a buffer here, if that's what you mean. Just for coming around and picking stuff up. Also the same for grenades. Not a lot, but just like want to get some grenades. Aside from that, we have the buffer in terms of the belt. Whether we get the belt downwards or upwards doesn't really matter. Well, upward does matter. Then I can just get it on the second belt here if I go up. Okay, so this is going to be unloading. No buffer for walls? Oh, that's true. But no buffer walls. That's actually a good point. $500. Goes upwards, downwards. If I wanted to do that, then I'd have to find another line. Because this is busy down here, and now it's busy up there. I don't know if I like the idea of going both upwards and downwards. I'm gonna do it because it's much easier to feel if I like it or dislike it once it's built, and in normal cases there would be too much work to build it, but in this case, I mean, like, sure, let's feel how it, let's see how it feels. Not consistent about when I single jump and when I double jump. All of this seems weird considering all the other ones are shorter jumps. Yeah. Everything else is 4. So why is this 6? Across the block we're just about to build. Well, this is going to be the block we want to build. And then this one will be the nuclear power plant. So this will still be a bus of sorts. Okay, let's try to figure out what we want to do here. So the stuff that comes in, we definitely want to make this. How much of that do we want? Then this is like my default build. I don't know if this is good or bad. I do know, but and this one. So this is 3.3. What can we expect to get from uranium? Starter base is very large. No, it's starter base. It's a base that is. It gets you to orbit, have a constant production of everything you need to get to space, gets all the blue science done, makes robots, makes a hub, makes all the stuff you need to colonize Volcanus. And it's built in such a way that it continues to operate and it will just sort of be balanced. And then you can go to Volcanus and build something else. So it's basically like you build this base, and then for the next 120 or 150 hours, you don't come back to Novice because there's nothing to do there. Everything is just chugging along. And yeah. Yeah, set it and forget it. Yeah, we build this and then we just don't care about it anymore. Then we don't really bother with Novice anymore. Okay, so obviously this is better if we do it like this. I mean, it's not better, but it takes less space. Nine of these belts is a full belt outbound. It's close. I doubt that I'll get this much inbound here. What about using level 1 speed mods and centrifuges? I don't like that. It is kind of scaled for endgame. I would rather go for a bit overproduction for what we are designing. Before Coverx, one centrifuge is enough for one reactor. That's a really interesting point, though. I like that. I like. That's a very interesting metric. Now I'm just interested in whether that's correct. I don't like having these per minute. 0.7 per minute. And so this is 0.7 per minute. We're discounting all of that. So with 20, or let's say with 10, 0.35. So if we got 10 of these, then we got 0.35 per minute. And that multiplied by 10. Granted, we're always going to get productivity on this, but let's discount that for now. So that's 3.5 per minute. And one nuclear reactor uses one every 200 seconds. Is it 200 seconds or is it 2 minutes? Why can I not remember that? I guess I should be able to just calculate it, right? From this one. 8 gigajoule of value. 200 seconds. Okay. 200 seconds is worse. So 0.3... 0.35 per minute divided by 60. Thank you. That's lovely. Let's not. 2 metric minutes, yes. How much? It's using one every 200 seconds. I don't know. It's too late for me to do math. Okay, so it's 0.3 fuel per minute. Yeah, that's good. So 1 divided by 200 times 60. Right, 0.3. So it uses 0.3 per minute. And we get 10 crafts or 10 fuel from one without any productivity. So this would be 0.3 good uranium, 0.03, which is also very good. It actually is true. It's very, very close to ratio. Yeah, that's a really nice way of thinking about it. That's before Coverx. But we do also need to make sure that we stockpile another 40. So yeah, maybe we don't need this, but I think this is a good place to have it. Also, what hell else are we going to use this space for? It's paused? How the hell did the game pause? Oh no, I clicked something. There we go. Huh. Funny. Must be a shortcut. Zero on numpad. Okay. Huh. Okay, yeah, that's when I start do calculations with 0. Interesting. $24. There, 20. So what else do we want to make here? We want to make some Coverx because we want to prepare for that. We don't want to make some scrap recycling thing because this is some tech we don't have. This is also... No. Oh, what? Oh, it's enabled by Corex. Okay. So maybe we want this? Nah, I don't really care. The only thing I was thinking about was getting... these. But that the problem here is that tech, yellow tech. So it's... Are we ever going to use uranium ammo? Yeah, we're going to use it for protecting the base like late game, right? Explosives, cannon shells, uranium cannon shells, they're all yellow tech, which means that I really shouldn't be building them now because I'm not going to be using them. It also feels like the Corex enrichment process here is also a little bit wasted. Because this is really hard to build it without getting, or without having much beacons on it, right? Never used uranium ammo. And it has its uses, but it's also just, it's less useful now. Yeah, I want to accumulate some shiny rocks. Yes, sure. But I'm thinking, what would the Corex build look like? I think I have a good old school design that I kind of like. That's been serving me faithfully for many years. But can I remember how to build it? No. Something like this. But will you still really need military science at the time you're dealing with nuclear reactors? Could you switch a bit of the science block for centrifuges? No, I couldn't. I understand what you're saying, but I don't like that idea. I acknowledge that at some point I'll do a big old delete of this, because at that point, when I'm done with all of this tech, once I'm done with all of this, and all the stuff that only requires here, so Corex, logistics systems, and that's it. Once I'm done with that, then, and these ones as well, they're a little bit more expensive. Then we don't need this anymore, and it'll be taken over by science production on Volcanus, which will be brought back and then drop back in here and then go out. So yeah. No, it actually won't, because this will continue to work for a bit. I don't know. Are you going to do plastic on Volcanus for blue science? Yeah, we're going to do plastic on Volcanus, yes. To research cliff explosives and a few other Volcanus tech. Yes, absolutely. This is the intention. What I'm thinking now is, as soon as I get to Volcanus, I will start researching some tech. And then when I have, what was it, we calculated 5,000 or something like that, 5,000 of the science packs, or 2,000 of science packs, I don't know, some 5,000 science packs, let's say that. I bring those back, drop them off, and then this one is chugging along and completing all of the tech that's here. Because it's not really a lot of tech we need. It is cliff explosives, obviously, that's 500. Then it is another 500 for the asteroid reprocessing, because it's nice to have. Cold liquefaction, another 500, so we're up to 150. This one we can't research now, but it's 2,000. And then here's 2,000 more, and then there's 500. So it's 2,000 plus 2,000 for the speed module, plus another 2,000 for the real support. So once we have the 2,000, then we got transport belts, liquefaction, reprocessing, and cliff explosives. That's really what we need. So get 2,000, ship it back, do the four most important techs, get another 2,000, get the speed module, get another 2,000, and then sit and wait for the rail support. Of course, we're probably going to be getting some low density structures designs along the way. Yeah. You can move the entire science to Volcanus until you get biolabs. Wasn't that the idea? Yes, that was the idea until I realized there was an awful idea. The reason why it's a bad idea is because on Volcanus, the best thing about Volcanus is you don't need any logistics. You can build anything anywhere because you get iron, copper, yeah, iron and copper and steel. You get that from just lava, and then you need a calcite. You always have that somewhere, and then maybe if you need some coal, you place another coal, and then you got everything you want. Then the best thing about this is that so you don't need any inbound logistics. The outbound logistics is just putting into a rocket and then launching it and then be done with it. Because once it launches, it comes back to Navis and then drops off. But if I suddenly need to make all my science labs on Volcanus, then I have to deal with the logistics of the science packs, which means that if I build something here, something there, something there, something there, then I have to now build a train system that ties it together. And I really don't want to do that. So therefore, it's the second best advantage of Volcanus after the fact that lava gives us everything is the fact that you don't need logistics. Logistics is so simple on Volcanus. You can go anywhere you want and you can just plop down some things wherever you have the resources, which means mostly just lava, and then go. So is this a similar design you're thinking about for Volcanus, or and just scale up from there? The structure is going to be similar in terms of rail lines, solar panels for that matter, if I wanted to put that, and city block size. But it's not going to be a city block like this. It's going to be different, which we haven't figured out yet. Everything looks like microchip. Yes, it does. It's not. I mean, the whole bus idea is also a microchip design idea. So, yeah, not a surprise. You still have the logistics for rocket part unless you make a module for every build. Yes and no, but each rocket is 50 of each, and it's going to be quickly going down to maybe 40 or something along the lines. Oh, we're not really having enough power. Oh no. Yeah, because we removed a few tiles here. So yes, when you want to launch some rockets, but let's say what you want to launch is science, and in order for us to launch science, and let's see, what is the science? What's the stack size of science? 1,000. So we want to launch 5,000 science or something like 4,000 science, 8,000 science, for example. That would be 8 rockets. So 8 rockets, 150 materials of each times 8. It's not really a lot of work for the robots to fly in with the resources. That's why I'm not really caring about, or not really considering the logistics for rocket materials, because it's so low quantity. Yeah, fill the blanks throughout the rails with solid. Yeah, I can do that. I just hate the look of it. So, but it is obviously a thing that I would recommend people doing if they are not if they don't like things that look good. Right. It doesn't give us much. Of course, we can then start optimizing it and on top of that as well. But I don't even. Mechanics cliffs will be an even bigger obstacle for the Silverback Paradigm. Will you do a segment on that in the masterclass? Yes and no. Yes, I'll do a segment of it. No, it will not be a problem, because once you land on Volcanus, I think we have a layer here that's Volcanus because we wanted to test it. Like, this is a starting area of Volcanus, an example starting area. Yes, there are cliff explosives, but what we need is 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6. Like, we don't need a lot of space. I want to build like a starter base on Volcanus that takes probably 4 blocks. Some launching, some landing, some build cliff explosives, some refine and build science, and maybe some hop, something like that. So I'm thinking I need 100 by 100 tiles of open space on Volcanus. Then I'm good. Then I can get science and cliff explosives going. And once that's done, then I can expand out. So yeah. See, it's like I would probably build like these 4 tiles here, for example. Or just don't care about this one for now. How will you bring acid? How will you bring acid to uranium? Same way I bring uranium back with the train. That's how I do it, always. Novice. We're not novice. We're on design space. Woo, woo, woo. All right, we're exhausted. I can't get anything more done today. So I'm going to be wrapping up today. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Tomorrow, we're going to be continuing with our Assassin's Creed. It's going to be a little bit of a slow week. I wanted to... Someone said that we will be getting Factorio 1.0 on experimental. That would be fun to play. But a little bit busy week. So since it's only Assassin's Creed, and honestly, there's going to be like 100 viewers here for that, then I don't really have much of a problem with deleting or canceling those streams if we got something else to do. So, yep. If we could get the save, that would be tight. Indeed. I'll get the save for you, dear patrons. So all this is, of course, available to patrons. I will just upload it before the end of the stream. Thank you for reminding me, because I'm going to be... When I wrap this up, I just want to go to bed. There, and... Good. So it's called MC05.5. The 5th save on the 5th masterclass. I played enough Assassin's Creed to know I suck at it. Yeah, so do I, but it's still fun. Yeah, so I'm really enjoying Assassin's Creed. I think it's a great game, a great filler game to sort of just enjoy whenever I have time for a stream. And I'm really enjoying it. There's a lot of things that are a little bit weird and clunky and all that stuff, but that's just, it's Assassin's Creed, and it is the way it is. And I'm enjoying it. So, hey, awesome. A palette cleanser. Yes, something like that. While we wait for Captain of Industry and other games, I'm also looking at maybe doing some sponsor stream or something later on this month. No, later on next month. So we'll see. Thank you everyone for joining, and thank you for that glorious hype train. Good night, take care, and stay effective. Good night. 199 subs.